The Nintendo Switch 2 first look trailer is here, and I wanted to do a live reaction and discuss it with you. We were going to do a waiting room stream. It seemed like we were going to be kind of sitting around waiting to hear from Nintendo. We were anticipating maybe yesterday they would announce it and say, hey, we're going to do a direct tomorrow or something like that. And they did, and they kind of surprised me this morning at 8 a.m. I had to throw this script together. I had to change my thumbnail. I had to change all my plans. And if you're a member to the channel, you got to kind of get a little bit of a preamble this morning in morning coffee. That's a great reason to be a member. If you ever decide to support the channel directly, just make sure you pick Member Plus. That's the $6 membership. It gets you into extra content as well as the end of the day green room. So you get to like start and end the day with me. But there is not an in-depth trailer or direct happening. There's one coming later. However, there is a lot of information coming out. There's a lot to be gleaned from this video. So I was going to kind of break down my thoughts on the various things and aesthetics of it. And where the price point, that seems to be a big debate. Release date, we're hearing information about that. New functionality. So without further ado, we're going to dive into the trailer. I'm going to give you my thoughts. Do me a favor, all of you that are in the live stream, you guys already got me to 100 likes. Try to get me to 200 likes while I'm doing the show open. Keep gifting members and super chatting. We're trying to have a big turnaround day. We're celebrating Gank's birthday. He said that he wanted, I don't even know what he said, like 67 5 bombs or something like that. I don't know what he said. He'll say in chat how many 5 bombs he wants, so you guys can get that train going. Appreciate all the support. If you cannot do a membership, hang out and hopefully you get a gifted. If you get a gifted, you can always upgrade for $1 and get into Member Plus. That supports me directly and it makes room for others. So also hit subscribe and check your bell button. A lot of your bell buttons got switched to personalized, okay? All right, let's get into this. So this is the trailer. It dropped this morning. Now, what do I think? Better yet, what do you think? If you're watching this later, let me know in a comment below. Are you buying this? Are you skipping this? Do you need more information? Right? So I have a poll on the channel right now. You can go take that poll. First, the aesthetic, all right? Now, I had some community members telling me that they felt like this was going to be a more serious device. I wouldn't be surprised if Maloon shows up today. That is one of the community members who constantly talked about, like, it looks like a more serious device, and I actually get that impression from this trailer. There's zoom-ins focusing on the sleekness. This feels like more like an Apple iPhone trailer than a Nintendo Switch trailer, right? It's focusing more on the feel, the vibe, just the softness and the roundness of the buttons. Again, I just keep coming back to the sleekness of it. This is very not toyish looking. Even the kickstand, when they showed that, reminds me of kind of like presentations of like a Windows tablet or something. The Joy-Cons look even better, right? They're bigger. They're showing you right here. They're going to have some type of mouse functionality. We heard rumors about that. It's a very smooth presentation, larger screen, larger Joy-Cons. Everybody kind of complained about the Joy-Cons. Look at that, how they magnetically attach and snap in. That looks like a gaming tablet gaming device. This does not look like a Switch or a toy. This looks like a pretty significant shift in style and presentation. And I think the splash of color as highlights behind the Joy-Cons and sort of on the inside of the Joy-Cons is a really nice touch. It's sort of honoring the Switch 1. I am going to back it up just a little bit here. I want to comment on a couple of things. The word I keep coming back to is classy. This seems to have a very classy feel to it. This doesn't feel like this sort of like something for kids. And I know that everybody kind of says that about the Nintendo Switch, and it dominated. It sold incredibly well, and its biggest age demographic is adults. But I do think this is going to appeal to a broader audience. The bigger screen, the look and the feel, right? This is seemingly a very, very high production presentation here that I'm not accustomed to seeing from Nintendo. Now, you can see right here, this is a brand new Mario Kart, and previous Mario Karts run at 60. I was wrong about that this morning. I thought the previous Mario Kart ran at 30, but that's because I always play it with 3 or 4 players. Once you bump up to 3 or 4 players, it is 30 FPS. So that is definitely a 60 FPS game. You can tell by the way that it's moving. So that doesn't really do much for us in the way of commentary about whether or not, you know, you're going to get 60 FPS games. That's still a giant question that hopefully we get answered. Now, if you look at the dock and the logo here, the dock has a more rounded feel. They're again going for minimalism with the logo. The dock has a smooth, rounded edge feel. So does that comfort controller. You can see the comfort controller there with the Joy-Cons docked in it. Very, very nice. I think this has a very soft, smooth, and just a pleasing appearance. Again, I just keep coming back to the fact that this looks more like a gaming handheld, a piece of technology that will appeal to more people. Now, I watched the UK version and I got a little freaked out. I was like, oh my gosh, they're doing the Nintendo Direct for this thing on February the 4th. Well, they do their dates backwards just like their cars over there. The actual Nintendo Switch 2 Direct will be on April the 2nd. And you can see there the size comparison. And this screen here confirms there will be backwards compatibility. Now, they confirmed that, but they also say, you can see there right in the middle of the small print, it says certain Nintendo Switch games may not be supported or are fully compatible with the Nintendo Switch 2. They're going to share details about that at a later date. I'm not quite sure what that means. Maybe there are games that are made by third-party developers. Maybe they have control peripherals. They're also going to be doing this Nintendo Switch 2 experience. There'll be hands-on events around the world. They've already kind of released the locations and dates, okay? There are people already weighing in on this. Jason Schreier from Bloomberg had this to say. He says, if you're wondering, one reason to randomly drop a Switch 2 teaser 2.5 months ahead of the proper reveal would be to allow third-party companies to start officially announcing their games for their system, which, strangely enough, this is 1 week before the Xbox Developer Direct, and there is a big Japanese long-standing franchise that will be at that event. Well, Nintendo's Japanese base, so I mean that could be a very pleasant surprise. There could be some type of a long-standing Japanese game, Nintendo game, something that's at the event. We could also potentially see at the Xbox Developer Direct, one of those games, one of those announcements could be coming to the Nintendo. It seems very interesting that they pushed this out in January and the event is all the way in April, and they did it just in the nick of time if there is going to be any kind of announcement during the Xbox Developer Direct. And there is an enormous 50 bomb of members hitting chat right now. Make sure you guys say thank you. Go on a little upgrade tear. If a bunch of you just got a membership, upgrade for the $1 and show that appreciation for our boy Mash. He's back from being out of town. So Jason Schreier has that to say, which very much makes me wonder if you're going to see announcements at the Xbox Developer Direct. Not only that, Special Nick, who has been pretty consistent with leaks lately, says there will be a PlayStation State of Play in February. Once again, this is out just in time. This announcement's out just in time for PlayStation to potentially announce more games coming to the Nintendo Switch. There's been a lot of theories about maybe you end up seeing PlayStation 4 games ported to this device, given the power that we heard is close to a PS4 Pro. They could put Spider-Man 1 on this. They could put God of War 2018 on this, and maybe coax people to enjoy those games and maybe want to come play the sequels on the PS5. I don't know. But the timing of this and Jason Schreier's commentary makes me think that there is potentially some announcements coming very, very soon from big games and big third-party games that want to be on the Nintendo Switch 2. Now, another industry insider, Shinobi, said the following. He said, Nintendo has prepared a supply chain network that will allow it to sell more than 20 million units of the Switch 2 in its first year, analysts say. That's insane. That's a lot. It's going to be hard to get this even at 20 million. It's going to be really, really hard to get this device. If you guys are watching in the live stream right now, celebrate that member bomb and the member train happening right now by smashing the like button. Let's get 200 likes and keep gifting those members. Help us get closer to our weekly goal. And on the subject of price, the Nintendo Switch 2 price, the same leaker, Special Nick, said the following. If the person who told me the June release date is all but confirmed to be correct, then that could mean that the pricing they gave me is also correct, $450 to $500. The $500 would be the Mario Kart bundle. So $450 for this device is what everybody is sort of landing on. There are people that think that's too expensive. There are people that think that's just right. I think at $450, this thing will sell like hotcakes. I do not think it will affect demand at all. In fact, I anticipate Nintendo continuing to make the Nintendo Switch Lite, the Nintendo Switch OLED, and the Nintendo Switch 1 available for the next 1 to 2 years, so that when you go to the store, you choose between the Lite, the Switch, the OLED, or the Switch 2, and at $450, I don't think it will be in short demand at all. I don't think so. I think that it will sell incredibly well. And then there'll probably be a Nintendo Switch 2 OLED later. There will be a point in time where they cease production of the Lite, the base model Switch, and the OLED. I believe that will be a couple of years away. I don't think the demand for the Switch 1 will drop off of a cliff immediately. Generally speaking, you have sort of an overlap in these types of systems. So, what do you think? You can leave a comment below if you're watching this later. You can check out the poll on my channel. Go vote and let me know what you think. We'll go interact with it. And that's my reaction. I want to hear yours now, and we're going to talk to the live show. So good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. And Han shot first, and so did you. The first 5 bomb of the day came from Joker Quinn, and he got us to 159. Then another 5 bomb came in from Sneaky Wolf and puts us to 164. And then a 50 bomb from Mash, the man himself. He never, ever stops being generous to this chat, and we are really far behind on the weekly goals, so today's the day to bounce it back. And Andy Ackerman says, with a $5 super chat tip, you're going to get the ponies and bots going, saying Sony will port games. I don't care. I think Nintendo and the Nintendo Switch 2 will maybe actually make it a lot harder to call me a grifting pony or a fraud or a liar. I've been a Nintendo fan since the very first Nintendo, and I don't care if PlayStation wants to port PlayStation 4 games to the Nintendo Switch 2. That'll be more people getting to enjoy great games. That'll be more opportunities for PlayStation to grow their ecosystem, their console, and make more money, which will then help Santa Monica or Gorilla or whoever make more money and invest in more games. I don't care about that. All I have ever cared about is I want franchises to create quality games that sell well so they make more. And I feel like making games for one platform helps with that. If it goes to other platforms later, I do not care. I have said that for a very long time. It doesn't matter to me at all if God of War 2018 lands on a Switch or Spider-Man 1 lands on a Switch. It doesn't matter to me. It doesn't. I expect Sony to announce their handheld sometime this year later on. Possible. I think the world of handhelds is going to continue to evolve, especially with some of the breakthroughs we've seen recently with upscaling technology, AI, machine learning, and the like. Lego says it ships February 1. Oh, the Cullen House from Lego. My wife's goofing off in the Discord. And a member plus renewal from Priest Valon gets us to 215. I actually owe you guys 5 members because we crossed over the 200 mark. Thank you so much. Let me give you guys the 5 members that I owe you. Thank you. What do you guys think about the price, though? Like, I don't think the $450 is a bad price. I think it'll be perfectly fine at that price. I think people will buy this thing in droves. They're making you pay new prices for 3DS games. They ported over Nintendo. They're not dropping nothing. That's what I'm saying. They know their stuff will sell. They know their stuff's in high demand. I don't think they're concerned whatsoever. I don't know if Maloon is here yet, but Maloon kept telling me, he said, based off the screenshots and things that we were seeing, he said, this is going to be a more serious-looking device. And I got to tell you, I said it in the show open, I think this presentation reminds me more of like an iPhone presentation or like an Apple tablet or a Microsoft Service tablet presentation. Just the way they show off this section here especially, with the way they kind of like inlay the all the buttons and things and the ports and the speakers. This doesn't feel like a Nintendo or toy presentation. This feels like a technical device. Even that right there, just the way they show off the kickstand, that feels like a tablet, like when you've seen those trailers for tablets and iPhones and things like that. I think this is meant to be more appealing to a broader audience. I do. I think they're trying to appeal to people that want like a legitimate and good handheld. Very much less like the Nintendo toy brand that we've come to know and love. You know, Nintendo's growing up. You know, that's what this feels like. This feels like Nintendo's growing up. I mean, hang on one second. Okay. That's what this feels like to me. And I mean, I don't know if it's going to convince. It's straight to the point. Right. I don't know if this is going to convince like naysayers or people, off off on other viewpoints about this device, like the people that don't want it or whatever. We have a leaked image here from M Pyro. He says the Nintendo Switch 2 prices are about what you expect. Leak prices are $400, not $450. So I don't know. This could be totally fake. This could be totally fake right here. But they're saying they're saying this is a leak of prices of $400 instead of the $450. Maybe the $450 is the bundle. That could be the bundled price with Mario Kart. I don't know. A reliable leaker told somebody $450 and then $500 for the bundle, and they got everything else right up to this point. I think that might be a fake. There's too many currencies on there, personally. Barrier says it's fake. I think the price is fine, says Sorcerer. I'll be trading the OLED and the base Switch and putting the credit towards the Switch 2. 400 pounds is insanely cheap. Euro, same as the dollar. Yeah, that's probably a pretty good indication that there's something off there. Wait for the direct. Yeah, 450 could also be the Euro price with tax baked in. Yeah, maybe the leaker saw it. Maybe that's true. That's true. If you guys are just tuning in, we're doing a live reaction, listening to your feedback, your thoughts, your own predictions about the Nintendo Switch 2. I've consistently said this presentation feels a lot more classy, a lot more highbrow, or maybe like, I don't know what the word is, like serious tech would be the phrase I would use. This feels more like a serious tech presentation. It feels like more like Apple, and other people are now chiming in about the price. Make sure you guys are smashing the like button as you come in. Corey says, I think Lono's way off base here. I don't think PlayStation will ever support a platform they see as a competitor in the console space. People in the community confuse the licensing arrangement with Lego as some kind of sign that Sony will bring games to the Switch. I sincerely doubt that. I'm not way off base. I didn't say that they would. I said it wouldn't surprise me. I said it could happen. You're not representing what I said even remotely close to what I said. Jason Schreier of Bloomberg says that you announce something like this so it gives big third-party companies time to announce their games coming to the Switch. Well, the Xbox Developer Direct is next week, so one of those trailers could include the Nintendo Switch 2 in its end card. This is very conveniently right before the Direct. We're also hearing there's a State of Play in February. That also could be a time where PlayStation is like, maybe they announce something coming to Nintendo. I don't know. I didn't say it was going to happen. I'm just saying I also said that it wouldn't bother me. You know? It would not bother me at all. Microsoft signed a 10-year deal to bring Call of Duty to Nintendo. That's true. Maybe that's part of what Jason Schreier is saying. Maybe Jason Schreier is saying that, hey, this is just in time. They'll announce at the Developer Direct, or they'll just push out a trailer and just say, Call of Duty Black Ops 6 is coming to Nintendo Switch 2. I don't know. Freedom Wars is another PlayStation IP that's on the Switch also. Wait, so PlayStation porting to their games to Nintendo is good, but Xbox porting games is bad? Make up your mind, please. When did I say that Xbox porting games is bad? Where did I say that it's bad? You sound like another person who doesn't understand the points that I make, or you interact with my content from other... Oh, your account's a minute old. Yeah, you're just somebody clip hunting. Congratulations. You got 30 seconds of my time. Pimptastical with 33 months says, wow, 3 years with my bro Lono. Keep up the amazing gaming news. Thank you so much, Pimptastical. Thank you very much. Let's get to 216 on the member count. Thank you very much. I think you misunderstood my tone. You said I was way off base. I didn't make a prediction. I can't be off base if I say that it could happen. It would be an absolute shocker and a mark of a massive change to the market strategy from Sony. No, it wouldn't. No, it wouldn't. If they are willing to put games on PC in the hopes that people come over to get the sequel, they could treat Nintendo the same way. They could treat it as an additive market. They don't compete with Nintendo. They're completely side by side. They're completely congruent with each other. I don't at all think them putting their games on Nintendo Switch in the hopes that like somebody will play God of War 2018 or Spider-Man 1 and want to come play on the PlayStation 5. That's not any different to what they're doing with PC. It's very similar. Eugene says old PS4 games on a Switch wouldn't be any more shocking than 2-year-old games on PC. Sorry, Eugene. I'm serious. I don't think Sony views them as a competitor. Sony does not view PC as a competitor. They view Nintendo as a competitor. So you think PlayStation views Nintendo as a competitor? How? I don't get how. I have questions about the technical feasibility of putting PS4 games on a Switch too. I don't think it's possible, says Zubair. I disagree. Sony does compete with Nintendo. I don't know if they internally view them as a competitor. I really don't. The people who are buying a Switch aren't going, that's it, this is my only platform for forever. There's such an enormous amount of people who own both a Nintendo Switch and a PlayStation. I don't think internally PlayStation views them as a problem. Now, maybe with the shifting sands of the handheld gaming market and PlayStation rumored to be wanting to come out with their own handheld, it's possible they do, right? It's possible that they do, but again, I'm curious as to just how much they would be like, oh no, we certainly can't put our old games over there. January the 16th, that's today. The first Berserker Kazan demo goes live on PS5, Series X and S, and PC. The demo's available today. It's launching on March 27th. So if you guys were wanting to play that demo, I played the beta, and I really, really liked it. Who else would Sony consider a competitor? Nintendo already has the Japanese market on lock. This would only hurt them there. I don't think so. I think that PlayStation wants to grow in the Japanese market. What better way to do it than to put your game on a system that's endemic to that culture? 1 in 4 people in Japan have a Nintendo Switch. Can you imagine all those people suddenly being able to play a piece of your property? Like, I think you guys might be missing the forest for the trees here in what I'm thinking. I don't think they would see that as a problem. They would say, I'll give you an example. PlayStation is doing something called the China Hero Project. They are publishing games like Lost Soul Aside, and those games are coming to PC and PlayStation 5 day and date. They're willing to pay money to publish games day and date on PC because of the market. They know in the Chinese market, being on PC day one is very, very important. I am just drawing a straight line and saying, if you want to suddenly get success, saturation, or awareness of the greatness that you have in the Japanese market, a really great way to do that is with the Nintendo Switch. Suddenly giving millions of people who don't really pay you much attention the ability to play some of your best. Spider-Man 1, for an example. All of a sudden letting people in that market suddenly play Spider-Man 1 on the Nintendo Switch 2, that could be enormous for PlayStation's efforts in Japan. I'm not saying they're going to do it. I'm just saying I could see the business angle of it. I totally could. It's like, well, they're doing it in China. They are. They're like, we don't have a foothold in China. Let's publish games on PC day and date in China. Wheezy says, I agree. If they plan on releasing a PSP successor or whatever, I don't think they'll be too keen on putting crap on the Switch 2, though. Well, Wheeze, you put God of War 2018 or Spider-Man 1 or Horizon Zero Dawn over there. And then you don't put the sequel. And then if you want the sequel or you want the latest and greatest PS5 games, you got to buy the handheld PlayStation. Yo, Mike S. coming back in with the Member Plus. Mike, let me know if that was an upgrade or a renewal. I'll give you credit for the renewal. If it's an upgrade, I double it. So anybody who upgrades, you guys count as 2. Anybody who upgrades. And you guys can always submit questions as members and have them pop up like this. Jeraith says, will Nintendo run into the same problem that Sony did with the PS5 in regards to getting Switch 1 owners to upgrade? You're viewing it as a problem. I don't necessarily think PlayStation views it as a problem. They did not struggle to sell the PlayStation 5s in the early months and year. They struggled to make the dadgum things. Demand was perfectly fine. And also, engaged active users is probably more important than selling hardware to PlayStation at this time, because they are getting 60 some odd million people to continue play and spend money on the PS4, especially in games like Warzone. So just a renewal. Thank you, Mike S. So I don't necessarily think that that's analogous. I also don't think that's a concern. As long as people stay active as a Switch user, that's all that matters. I also think the Nintendo Switch 2 demand will be higher than the PS5 because of how well the first one did. 150 million is what they just hit on the Nintendo Switch 1. It's been out since 2017. That 8-year run is going to likely help adoption rates be better. price point will probably also help adoption rates be better. The fact that it's a gaming on the go device will help adoption rates be better because there's just more people and more cultures everywhere that are like, oh, I can just buy this and take this with me everywhere. iPro Nader with 15 months. Best show on YouTube. Keep it up. Thank you very much. Serenity with 29 months on a VIP. Switch 2 trailer. What did I miss? Well, we've been reacting to it. We've been showing it every once in a while. I've been saying that I feel like this is a more serious tone from Nintendo, and that's a VIP from Serenity. That adds to the total. And 40 months. 40 months from Eugene says, Lono old? Guys, make sure you are renewing those members. They count. Ganks is a long-standing member here. He's also a mod. He said he wants a ton of gifted members for his birthday, and we're off to an insanely strong start with a couple of 5 bombs and a 50 bomb, and he wants more. So let's get it going. You guys know how we celebrate birthdays around here. I got to bump the member line to 219. Did I do that correct? Did we start the day? With how many members did we start the day with when I popped it up? Did I do that correctly? Oh yeah, we hadn't even crossed over 200 yet. I thought I accidentally robbed you guys of members. Cat Uncle says we have Pokemon Day coming up in February, and they usually have a direct for that as well. They will probably show off the Legends game and then show off the new game with the exclusive Switch 2. Yeah, maybe. I'm currently enjoying Dynasty Warriors Origins on Switch 2. It looks cheap and underwhelming. The AI chat summary thinks we are discussing if Ford and BMW are competitors for Sony. AI is so dumb. Did somebody make an analogy in chat? Wheezy says, Sony says, we want to put this thing here. Nintendo goes, nah, F off. It's a two-way street. I mean, that is a perspective that I haven't considered. That is a perspective that I haven't considered, Wheezy, is that Nintendo might say, no, we don't want your property over here. We know what you're doing. You know, they might say, no, thank you. We don't want your property over here. We know that you're trying to sell your games over here in order to get people to come to your platform. And Nintendo could say no. That is certainly a possible outcome. And thank you guys for all of the new subscribers here today. We tried something new last night. We did an upload late in the day. We did a Ubisoft upload at 8 p.m. in the evening. And we also have a poll live on the channel. If you subscribe to this channel, you're going to be getting uploads, live streams, interactive polls to discuss with the community. There's a Discord for members to hang out in. There's a lot. So get plugged in. Get involved. Yo, it's good, Purple Haze. A 400 plus entry that needs to be Series S level and performance minimum for me to consider it, says Amskin. Steam Deck Live says the Mina Hero project is another reimbursement from Sony to empower new devs from the Middle East to create more new games. I love that from them. We will be getting even more games in the future. What's this news? On Assassin's Creed. Assassin's Creed Shadows positive impressions from creators ahead of embargo. A Chinese streamer that played said Shadows is far better than Odyssey and Valhalla. Wasn't interested in Shadows, but after playing it, they went from a 1 out of 10 to a 9. Played the first chapter and said the story's good. There's some funny dialogue options from Yasuke, and he doesn't understand Japanese when he first arrives in Japan. Another Portuguese creator said Yasuke is stolen by Nobunaga from Jesuit. Apparently, it's an attack on the ship. Plenty of gameplay from creators coming next Thursday. Another previewer called the hands-on impressive. I told people that what I saw was looking good. I told people, I said, I don't know, dude. I think AC Shadows is going to pull it off. I think it looks really good. It's different than Star Wars Outlaws. I said this last night in my Ubisoft video. Star Wars Outlaws had its debut trailer and it blew me away and stole the show. And then every time we saw more Outlaws, I was like, looks bad, looks worse. Oh my gosh. AC Shadows is different. AC Shadows was like, what are you guys doing? Wow, that was bumbled marketing. And now we're seeing snippets of gameplay that look better and better. It's like the reverse of what happened with Outlaws. Early impressions too easy to buy positive influencers. This is someone on Reddit. This isn't somebody being bought. This isn't some guy trying to get credit with Ubi. This is a guy on Reddit saying this is what he's hearing. I don't think Sony would do first party on the competition. Nintendo is competition with them releasing handhelds. Most people own both a Nintendo and a PlayStation. Outlaws had great previews, though. Yeah, but the difference there is, Paul, you had visible problems in the gameplay from their own trailers. That's the difference here. Outlaws was like, looks great, looks worse, holy crap. And then AC Shadows is going in the other direction. If I get coalescence between the gameplay that I can see and what the previews are saying, I'm good to go. When I look at gameplay and I'm like, that looks like crap, that animation looks weird, that looks clunky, that looks bad, and then previews are like, it was fun. I'm like, yeah, sure it was, Jan. You know what I'm saying? I get what you're saying. Previews tend to be positive, but I can tell with my own eyes that they've made good strides with AC Shadows. I could also tell with my eyes that there was something wrong with Star Wars Outlaws. It was visible. It was easy to see. It was like, there's something off here. Ubisoft is going to have to prove it now. Oh, I definitely agree with you. I think they have a lot to prove. I uploaded a video last night. Check that out later if you haven't seen it. I basically said, this will not save Ubisoft, and I walked through their current plan. That's obviously not the topic of today. So we're having a reaction to the Nintendo Switch 2 first look trailer. A long time, YOLO no long time says Neffits. Glad to see you're doing well. When I saw the trailer drop, I knew you would cover this and just had to stop by. Already got the money set aside for this. Yeah, plenty of people have already weighed in on the Nintendo Switch 2 price, and they have indicated that they think $450 is too high. I think $450 is just the right spot. I think people will buy them like crazy. I think they will. I'm probably going to buy 2 because my kiddos will be fighting over them. I'll probably buy 2. The Power World devs, Pocket Pair, was allowed to release Over Dungeon on the Switch even though Nintendo is suing them. So if Nintendo's allowing a company they are suing onto the platform, why not Sony? There's probably layers to that, though, Krebsy, about, like, PlayStation games coming to Nintendo. There's probably layers of, like, yeah, they're suing Pocket Pair, but that's over a patent thing with a particular game. That's not necessarily the same as saying your business efforts are antithetical to our business efforts. We can't let you come over here. Does that make sense? Yeah, Nate, The Hate, and others are saying there's a state of play coming in February. Yeah. $450 for a Switch? That's insane. I'm here to tell you, they know the demand of this device is going to be incredibly high. I'm here to tell you, $450 will not hurt it at all. Whether it's $400 or $450, that price point, you won't be able to get one. They'll be impossible to get for probably half of the year. They'll be really hard to get, and then they'll get in front of demand. 2 SKUs, 400 and 500, I would think, as they know the 400 will sell out. Anyone saying it's insane, shut back in 1 year? You guys are allowed to have your own response to the Nintendo Switch 2 price. You're allowed to have your own response. If we get away from your own response as a consumer and we get into like prediction land, I think it's easy to predict that at $450, the thing will fly off the shelves. No one's going to hesitate. No one's going to hesitate. They're like, give it to me. $450 is the current leak, and $500 is a Mario Kart bundle. Those freaking Mario Kart bundles are going to zip off the shelves. I mean, it's Nintendo's got pull right now. The Switch did incredibly well, and I really do. I think this trailer is very, very well done. It's going to compel a lot of people. A lot of my commentary this morning is that, like, look at this right here. Watch this. Once these slap in, look at this device. This looks like a gaming handheld you can get in the market right now. Looks like a far more serious device. Doesn't look like a toy. Doesn't look like something that you would hand, a 7-year-old, maybe if you don't care. But like this looks very sort of like, I keep coming back to the word classy. It just looks classy. It looks nice. It looks very sleek. They're going to sell out to a point that you won't be able to buy one in the store for like 6 months. Yeah, that's what I said, Wheeze. Like half a year. It'll be about half a year before you can just walk into a store and buy one. They'll be gone everywhere. You do realize PlayStation still the big dog on campus, but they're lower in Japan, but they sell way more everywhere else. Even Xbox beat Nintendo revenue numbers last year, even with the lower hardware sales. Revenue, wait, hold on. Are you saying Microsoft revenue or Xbox revenue? I don't know what Nintendo's revenue was. Mash says, I think the question isn't what's a good price, but more what price would the vast majority still be willing to pay, and I think $450 is there. I agree with you, Mash. I do. What's the Switch OLED go for right now? Let's look. The Switch OLED right now is, I'm seeing a Switch OLED for $350 from Nintendo. Let's pull it up and look here. Let's take a peeksy. Yeah, here we go. And I have severe doubts that the Nintendo Switch 2 would only be $50 more than this. Like, serious doubts. Serious doubts, brothers. This thing is $350. They're not bringing a brand new Switch to the market 8 years later and only charging you $50 more. I think $450 is in just the right spot. You're going to walk into the store, you're going to see an OLED for $350. You're going to see the Switch 2 for $450. That just works. No, the Switch 2 is not an OLED. It's all about perception, though. It's all about perception. You might be sort of stringent on that. You're like, an LCD versus an OLED? I'm not going to pay more for that, blah, 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 blah. Okay, but here's the deal. The average consumer is going to walk in and be like, yeah, that makes perfectly good sense. Where can I get all their hardware, like, side by side? Yeah, here we go. Compare systems. Can I get price side by side? Is that possible here? No. Can I click on these? No. Am I scrolling past price? I don't see price, sadly. Here we go. Let's do this. Can I 3 modes in one. I want to buy one. I just want them 300. Okay. So we got 300 for that one. Let's see all of them. So we got 300 for that. We got 350 for the OLED, and you got 200 for the light. 200 for the light, and 300. So 200, 300, 350, 450. I'm serious. I really do. I think that's where they're going with it. They're gonna. I posted this earlier for comparison. If you need, what am I looking at here? Why are you putting GameCubes? One GameCube? Switch 2 docked? Is that many GameCube? I don't understand what I'm looking at. That graph doesn't make any sense to me. Yayo Souza with 2 months of memberships. Love the content. Keep up the good work. Thank you so much, guys. Huge day. Tons of people here right now. Thank you so much for being here. We have been reacting to the Nintendo Switch 2 first look trailer. This is a variety gaming news show. We cover all sorts of things. I am safe for work as well. Be sure to hit subscribe. Make sure your bell button is set to all. Double check that, y'all. Make sure it's set to all. While you're double checking that, hit the like button as well. Let's get to 300 likes. Some of your bell buttons got set to personalized. All right, guys. These are great days to go hog wild with gifted members. There's a lot of people here that have probably never been here before, and Nintendo is something that I have wanted to cover more often, and it's really difficult. A lot of people here don't like when I cover Nintendo. I think the Switch 2 could change that, and that would be huge for me because I love Nintendo. That's what I grew up with. That was my first gaming system was a Coleco, but the first gaming system that really got me playing serious was the Nintendo. The original, the Super. The 64 with GoldenEye is when things really changed for me. I remember, what is Reforge not safe for work, I wonder? I don't know. Donnie with 19 months, #1 variety gaming news channel, and #1 Diablo 4 fan club on YouTube. Now listen, Donnie, you and I are friends up until the point that you slander me, and that is absolute. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, #1 variety gaming news channel is correct. The fan club thing is not true. Donkey Kong Country released today. It is. TJ Rage says, welcome to the community, and he bumps the line to 220. Guys, let's have a huge day. I'm going to give 5 every 25. Every 25, I'll give 5. I've been doing it every 50. Let's do it every 5. We're a 5 bomb away from 225. Let's go. Let's have a big day. We need an achievement system for the Switch 2. I get why people care about that. I do. I don't care that much about it. Broken, you understand how many years it's been since the Switch 1 release? 150 more times 4 times the power. Yeah, you got to think about what Paul just said. Like, if you really want to compare prices, all right, looking at the standard Switch right now for $300 and paying $150 more for the Switch 2 is totally reasonable. It's totally reasonable. Like, the OLED's $350. I'm here to tell you, brother, they're not giving you... I really don't think so. I could be wrong here. Nintendo definitely has their own strategies and their own marketing ideas about what's effective. I'm here to tell you, they're not selling the Switch 2 for $50 more than an OLED. How long's the OLED been in the market? When did they release the OLED? Switch OLED release date. The OLED released 4 years ago. I'm telling you right now, there's no way. I don't believe it. There's no way they're giving you a device, a brand new device that's only $50 more than a 4-year-old Nintendo Switch OLED. I don't see it. Switch prices never change. That's what I'm saying. A single gifted comes in from Patrick, and then a member plus from Bumble says, shout out to Nintendo for not giving the new console sequel a confusing name. Right? No confusion. It's the Switch 2. And Donnie gifts a member as well. That's 3 more members on the count right there. Boom. 2 away from 225. I'm here to tell you, man, the OLED at $350 just shows their confidence in their product. I want you to think about what the Nintendo Switch OLED is. It's an 8-year-old device with an OLED screen. That's the Nintendo Switch that launched in 2017 with the better screen. It's not stronger, it's not faster, it's not more powerful. It's $350. $350 for an 8-year-old device that they put an OLED on. The Switch 2 is going to be $450. I can feel it. I can feel it in the air. Is this going to be an item for Christmas? Currently, the rumored release date is June from somebody who claims their leaker has gotten everything else right. So June makes sense, if you want my honest opinion. If the Nintendo Switch 2 Direct is April the 2nd, pre-orders would probably go live end of that month, right? And then all throughout May, they'll have moments of time where they let you pre-order again, and then June, it hits. And then they can show up to Summer Game Fest. They can show up to E3 season, right? E3 season, and they can have a ton of promotion of the games, you know, a ton of exciting reveals, and the Nintendo Switch 2 is just out there just dominating. That tracks to me. If it releases in Christmas, good luck getting one. I would think, Wheezy, they would want to release it in June. That gives them that 6-month window to ramp up for holiday. They could do some bundles at the holiday. I really do. I think June makes sense to me. I don't think you would do a Nintendo Switch Direct in April and not have it release until holiday. That seems ridiculous. That's so long. I feel like you do it in April, like end of April or May is when pre-orders open up, and then the thing ships in June. They can have 6 months of trying to ramp up to meet demand, and then holiday, they're good to go with some kind of a bundle or something. Like one of their latest games comes out holiday. You know, they'll bundle it. I would say this, the rumored new 3D Mario, that could be a holiday release, and then they bundle it or something like that. I think it's June. Yeah, I think June makes sense. I don't think you would do a Direct in February and have the thing coming out 7 months, 8 months later. That would be kind of wild. What do you guys think about the backwards compatibility? What do you think about the backwards compatibility? Some games will not be compatible. Now, this screenshot here is actually really helpful. All of your physical games will come over no problem, but it does say certain Nintendo Switch games may not be supported on or fully compatible with Nintendo Switch 2. Details will be shared later on the Nintendo website, right? Mokwai Ninja was 17 months. Switch 2 will be pretty big, but I just don't think it'll hit as hard as the OG. It seems like a Switch Pro, not a new gen situation. Analysts are predicting 20 million sold in the first year, so I don't think you're correct. I mean, you're welcome to make the prediction. We'll see who ends up being correct. I don't think that you are, though. 20 million in the first year is bonkers. What did the Switch 1 sell in its first year? Switch 1, what would we say here? Switch 1 sales first year. What did they sell in the first year? In the first year, it sold 13 million. They're anticipating selling almost double that. That's what analysts are saying. Analysts are predicting 20. So if they almost double the first year of sales, I think you're incorrect. The trajectory will be stronger. This is a very, very in-demand device already. Their trailer, let me refresh the trailer here. Their trailer has been out for a whopping 2 hours, and it's the number 4 trending video on YouTube. Like, come on now, boys. Yo, Mac Attack with 14 months and a member plus. I've been with you since the purple. Planned to be here till you ride off into the sunset. Keep up the good work. Thank you so much, Mac Attack. And that adds to the total. That gets us 1 member away from me owing you guys some members. And Santiago with 12 months says 1 year with Lono and his gang. Cheers to many more. Thank you guys so much. If you guys want your member renewals to count over here, it has to be member plus or VIP. It's $1 more. It's a $6 member versus $5. But I can tell the difference between paying members and gifted members when you do that. Alapark says, consumers are getting hands-on with the thing after the Direct. They're setting up Switch 2 experience booths in select cities. No way it doesn't release this summer at the latest. Yeah, I think June is the release date. I think that's pretty much locked in at this point. I don't doubt it. If you guys haven't smashed the like button yet, give that like button a smackaroony. People are still waking up on the West Coast, only 8 a.m. here, and the views are going up. Yeah. This thing's gonna be really hard to get. It will be. It'll pass 80 million, even 100. I think the sales after that will be much better. The Switch 1 hit 150 million recently. If this thing hits 20 million in its first year, that's almost double the first year of the first device. That sounds familiar. Apple will never be able to sell a music player for that much. Apple will never be able to sell a phone for that much. Apple will never be able to sell AirPods. The controller connector in the Switch 2 body looks problematic. Why do you think it looks problematic? We're getting questions submitted by members. This is something you can take advantage of when you're a member. Mash just submitted one, but I already have one from Perfect Image right here. He says, I wanted to say you were right on the LCD screen, and you think Switch is transitioning 3D games to save cost? I don't understand the second part of your question. Do I think they're transitioning 3D games to save cost? You got to explain your question. Let's go to Mash here. Mash says, do you think they make the Switch 2 games backwards compatible with the Switch? And if they instead launch on both, do you think they price both versions of the game? That's going to be an interesting development because in this trailer, Mash, let me just show you. Let me get to the end screen here. Here we go. It will play Nintendo Switch 2 exclusive games as well as Nintendo Switch games, okay? I don't know about you, but this communicates to me that they're focusing on having exclusive launch titles. I don't know. It's a touchy scenario. If they make a new Zelda, if they make a new Mario, if they make a new Metroid, and they don't let the 150 million Switch owners buy it, that's tough. That's tough. I don't know. I think there probably will be some that are cross-gen, but that communicates to me there's going to be Switch 2 exclusives like out the gate. Out the gate. So, only games that specifically have things not possible to be emulated on Switch 2 and peripherals that are made for the Switch 1. There will likely be backwards compatible games, cross-gen games that come out, but dude, I don't know. Lono, I can't believe they didn't name it the Super Switch. My pain is immeasurable. Dark Taco with the $5 Super Chat, adding to the Super Chat goal. Thank you so much, Dark Taco. Yeah, I mean, I would say that you can still call it the Super Switch, Dark Taco. You can still call it the Super Switch. You can. Did he explain what he meant about the controllers? Or about the 3D? Who was it that asked about the 3D thing? Perfect Image? Yeah, did Perfect Image explain their question? Doing more 3D games. They're doing more 3D games. Yeah, I don't know what you mean. What's a Hall effect? There isn't going to be... That's not going to be possible with the Switch 2 because of physical limitations. Oh, Hall effect joysticks. Yeah, the controllers are probably too small. Maybe too narrow for that. Yeah, it'd be really, really cool if those prices are fake, Fuzzy. Especially because they have it is the exact same price in both pounds and euro. That's not going to be the case. Generally speaking, it'll go up a little bit in those markets because of taxes. That's an easy to spot fake because there's no taxes on the euro or the pounds. I believe, isn't it both of those currencies, the taxes will be added in, which means it wouldn't match the USD price. Furious Impulse submits a question and says, do we have any credible information on what fidelity and FPS the Switch will be capable docked, undocked? All we know is we've heard from one leak that the CPU will run it'll run slower. It'll run slower when docked, which I'm not really sure why. Is it rumored to have Hall effect sticks, or am I confused? I'm not sure, Zuby. I'm not sure. Hall effect, I'm imagining that the housing for a Hall effect joystick has got to be bigger, right? Is it euro where the tax is included, not pounds? An extra 20%? Yeah, the euro's a dead giveaway that price point's false. It's being spread. Yeah. Talking about console wars, if the Switch 2 gets the PlayStation and Xbox exclusives, they are the winner. I don't think PlayStation exclusives would ever go to the Nintendo Switch. That's not something PlayStation would ever do. I could see them bringing old games over, and then you would be like, well, if you want to play the sequel, you got to get a PS5. You know, like Spider-Man 1 landing on the Switch 2, that wouldn't be surprising. The question would be, does Nintendo want that to happen? The docked mode will give you a GPU boost, so the CPU won't have to clock so high. Both. Here in the UK, we include VAT. Yeah, so euro and pounds being exactly equal to USD is the quickest indication that that's fake. Most countries include tax. USD doesn't, so you put USD on there at $400, you're not going to be at 400 euro, 400 pounds. You just aren't. Mash says, my assumption's 1080-60 or 4K30. Grumpy Exile does it. It was sitting there for the longest time at 224. We are doing a bonus today. Every 25, I give 5. And John always had the same idea. He's the agent of chaos, and we buzz past 225. I owe you 5. We're now a 50 bomb away from the next big one, which would be 275. Here comes the 5 that I owe you. You guys are the best. Yeah, I don't know about, exclusives. Like, PlayStation's not going to be like, we're launching day and date, Spider-Man 3 on the Nintendo Switch 2. There's literally no way they would do that. Do people think Spider-Man 2 could run on the Switch 2? No, Spider-Man 2 could not. I'm saying Spider-Man 1. And then they would be like, oh, do you want to play the sequel? You need a PS5. I don't know how PlayStation... And Mass says, I'm going to put us on the doorstep of the next one with a 20 bomb, and then he gets a tag team dunker with Madara all the way to 246 and a 5 bomb to scream past 250, and I owe you 5 more. Working together to grow the community, both Mash and Madara working in tandem to get us to 250, the halfway point on the weekly goal. That Friday night stream with Madam. If you guys want to make her continue playing Kingdom Come Deliverance, let's just put that. You guys want that? Where is it? There's Madam. There's Madam. We got to add her. We got to put her sword back. We'll just keep her like that. We'll let you guys decide what she wanted to play, but people really liked her playing Kingdom Come Deliverance 1. It was funny. And a single comes in from Joker Quinn. He says, let's keep the good times rolling. And I owe you guys 5 members. The Verge says the Nintendo Switch 2 is boring, and that's exactly what Nintendo needs. It's boring? Why are they saying it's boring? They're just trying to get us to click on their article, and I am tempted. That's a good mystery gap. They put boring non-derogatory in their byline. That's good mystery gap. I am tempted to click, but I'm not going to. I don't think I ever finished Kingdom Come Deliverance. Kingdom Come Deliverance with Madam. Let's run it back. You guys hit the goal this week, we'll do it. I won't make it a stretch. We'll just have fun on Friday night. We're having a slower week. It's going to be a little bit harder to hit the goal. That's fine. We hit 500, we'll do it. We don't got to do stretch this week. I mean, if you hit 500 and want to do stretch, I'm not going to stop you, but I'm not going to be like, yeah, we need stretch this week. They want Nintendo wackiness. Madam from Scallots. Madam's not spoiler safe because she's a prophet. You guys got to watch out playing games like that with my wife. She totally spotted something super early that you're not supposed to know until much later in Kingdom Come Deliverance 1, and she totally called it. Go figure exactly what I was saying. Wheezy says, after generations of reinventing the console, Nintendo has finally settled on a proven form factor. I kind of said that earlier, Wheezy. I think you and I are of the same mind, because people were trying to say, you might have been around for this, Wheezy, when people were like, well, the Wii U flopped. And I was like, this is Nintendo saying, let's not make the mistake we made before. Let's make the Nintendo Switch 2 this. This worked. People liked it. Let's do it again. Instead of being like, oh, we got to completely reinvent. This might be one of the first times that Nintendo has not completely reinvented or innovated on some of the form factor. Like controllers, right, from NES, SNES, 64, GameCube, the Wii U, and then the Switch. This might be the first time they're like, this is just another... I tell you what this reminds me of. This reminds me of going from Nintendo to Super Nintendo. It does. It's like, oh, you get extra buttons and better graphics. This feels more akin to that. You said for portability, but that's it. What did I say for portability? This feels more akin to going from regular Nintendo Entertainment System to the Super Nintendo Entertainment System. They're like, this worked. Let's just do that again, but give them a little bit more. Give them something that's bigger. You know, bigger screen, bigger Joy-Cons, better looking games. Okay, boom, ship it. This might be outside of that time to the Super Nintendo that they've not just completely, Game Boy to Game Boy Color. Exactly. They're like, well, that worked then. We don't need to reinvent the wheel right now. We don't need to. Wukong on Switch 2 before Xbox? No, I don't think Black Myth Wukong will be on the Nintendo Switch 2. Nintendo Switch 2 full specs leak, CPU, GPU, memory, clock speeds. New leaks have revealed the full hardware specs of the Nintendo Switch 2, including the GPU, the CPU, and the memory details. Where? Zuby says it's on their website. What's Zuby saying? What's on their website? Facepalm. Launching July 11th. He says it's on their website. No, it's not on their website. Where? I don't think that's on their website. The euro and pounds would include taxes. This can't be real. This can't be real. The euro and pounds totals would include taxes, making them higher than the USD total. This can't be real, Zubitech. It can't be. That's not on their website. If it was on their website, I'm hearing it's fake. Yeah, it's fake. If it was on their website, then that would be reported. That you wouldn't be doing screenshots. You would just be linking to it. Is the Switch 2 now, given the specs, the most powerful handheld? No. It's not. I don't think it's going to be stronger than... There's like the really high-end ROG Ally, isn't there? I don't think this is going to be stronger than that. I don't know. I'm not a handheld guy. Somebody might have to correct me here, but generally speaking, PlayStation had it at the same? Wouldn't the pounds and the euro be included, make them higher, though? PlayStation 5 didn't. The pounds would be lower, but not... Oh, yeah, that's right. It would be lower. Yeah. It would be lower, not higher. My bad. Can I edit? I don't think I can edit the tweet. Hang on a second. Delete. Would include taxes. Which one would be lower? Which one? Is it the pounds that would be lower? Yeah, pounds. Yeah. The pounds total, not the euro. The euro was the same on the PS5. Would be lower than the USD total. Yeah, the pounds total will be lower than the USD total. Okay, I got it backwards. Okay, I corrected it. I corrected my tweet. Yo, and a $10 super chat from Dark Taco. We're one super chat away from confetti. Lono, I do think Spider-Man 2 is feasible on the Switch 2. Rift Apart can run on a GTX 1050 on an old mechanical hard drive. PlayStation titles are very optimized and not very demanding. Insomniac titles. Okay? Insomniac engine is wizardry. I don't think we can paint with a broad brush here. AOZ with a $10 super chat. Nintendo needs to be wary of the fact that when they sell out, fans will be faced with the option to buy a more powerful console for the same price while gaining access to new games that they hadn't before. This is true. And Wired Rope makes confetti. I will do another one. We've changed the super chat goal a little bit. We still only need 5, but I will gift one member. I'm just going to gift one member. It ends up being literally like you give me $25 and I turn around and give it right back. And that was counterproductive. I will take $5 out of every 25 and basically give it back to the community. Wired Rope says AMD's new Strix Halo is far superior. We won't see those handhelds till May or June. Talk to the Fox sometimes for in-depth handheld. Okay, thank you, Wired Rope, and thank you for the confetti. I owe you guys a 5 and a single. I'm just going to do the single right now. When we hit 275, I'll do the 10 bomb. Zuby said, I revealed more about the Switch 2 than Nintendo did. How long till it's deleted? Yeah, that image has got to be fake. That the totals wouldn't be exactly the same between USD and pounds. Right? Here we go. Let's do this. Nintendo Switch OLED in let's see, price in pounds. Here we go. Here we go. Yeah, the Nintendo Switch OLED in pounds is $309, and then let's get there it is, $349. See the difference? There's like a $40 difference between pounds and USD for the OLED. So this price sheet can't be real. There's no way. They wouldn't just be like, no, yeah, you just are going to pay more. You know what I mean? It should be interesting since the handheld was not much else when the Switch came out. Perfect place for YouTube to start buffering. Delusional fanboys think that Spider-Man 2 can run on a Switch 2. Guys, Switch 2 is weaker than a PS4 Pro. Let's relax. I don't think he was being delusional. I think he was saying, look at how they got Ratchet and Clank to run on weaker hardware. He's saying it could be possible. You would have to do a port, and you'd have to do like some optimization. Again, Insomniac are wizards. I wouldn't use any of their games as an indication of like what PlayStation Studios can do. The Pro was 700 pounds and 700. PS5 Pro price in pounds. You're right, it was. What was higher then? I remember the PS5 Pro pricing being higher somewhere. What was it? Euro. Yeah, it was 100 more in euro. See, this is where it gets confusing. So the PS5 Pro was exactly the same in pounds to USD, which meant that people spending in pounds were spending more than I was. But then in the euro, it was 100 more. To me, it stands to reason that you're not going to see USD, euro, and pounds all be exactly the same. That just doesn't stand to reason. I don't think that's how they would price it, given that the Nintendo Switch OLED right now, $349 USD, 309 pounds. Like, I don't think that would be the case. With the Nintendo Switch 2 price, I think there would be differences between the currencies. I don't think they would be identical. The pound is pretty weak right now. Yeah, you also have to remember, Alex Gaming, when it comes to the Nintendo Switch 2 is only as strong as the PS4 Pro, you have to remember something. The rumor is this thing's going to utilize some type of upscaling. That's going to get you a whole lot of headroom if they're doing any kind of upscaling. That way they could be running lower textured items, lower textured environments, lower resolutions internally, and then upscale, then give you a lot of headroom. When are all three major currencies and the yen all the same? Right. Let's look at it again. Is the yen exactly, what is that? 45.999? 45.999 yen in USD. What is that? 30. What the is that a dot? 45.999 yen is 30 cents in US dollars. Do I just remove the dot? Yeah, if I remove the dot, it's $295. Yeah, it shows the yen, and if you convert the yen, they show the yen erroneously. Like, look. They're showing the yen with the period. That should be a comma, should it not? That should be a comma. If you take 45.999 yen into USD, it's 30 cents. If you remove the period, it's $295. There's no way that's correct. The yen is so weak right now against the dollar. They're not going to charge you. I don't think so. Oh, they use periods instead of commas. Okay, Zubair. They use periods instead of commas. I didn't know that. In any case, I don't think they're going to have the Switch priced at yen for less than $300. There's no way. This has got to be fake. 45 yen, I'll book my flight right now. Yeah, dude, let me get one of them Nintendo Switch 2 for 30 cents. Gang says, I came back from the meeting. I think it's safe to say we hit my birthday goal. Thank you, guys. You need a new goal. Yeah, this image, the yen is showed with a comma. This image here, the yen is showed with a comma for PlayStation. Now, is that exactly 500? 49,980? What's 49,980 yen in USD? $321. That was before the yen tanked. Okay. I was going to say the yen is so weak. It's coming back. It is coming back against the dollar. It spent the last no, it's actually still down. I'm sorry. I was looking at the last 5 days. In the last 5 days, it's bounced back a little bit. It's been weak against the dollar for, let's see, 5 years. The yen crashed against the dollar. It started to go down in 2020, and then in 2022, it absolutely crashed against the dollar. So, like here, it was coming close to being equal to, and then it started to drop in 2021, and then in 2022, it just absolutely plummeted. I mean, Pro, scroll up, look at Pro pricing. Wheezy says, the bottom currency is Brazilian real. All three major currencies. It doesn't make any sense. Yeah, that image is nonsense. Yeah, that pricing just can't be correct because none of this is adding up to being like it. And again, that's not on their website. Excuse me. If you guys are enjoying the show, yeah, and then the PS5 Pro in yen is 119,980 yen in USD. You pay $772 for the PS5 Pro in yen. You pay more. You pay $72 more than we do. So now that the yen is weak against the dollar, they're also including tax in this. So this includes tax. So this includes, well, what's the sales tax over there? This might literally just be 700 plus tax. If it's, right? Because mine was with tax 742. If their sales tax is what, 10%? Oh, mine's like a 6. Okay. Y'all have fun. Sorry, I have to go. I'll be off tomorrow too. Oh no. Guys, you now know what is required of you. MASH is taking the rest of the day off and he won't be here tomorrow. If you want to hit that goal, you're going to have to do it without the godfather of gifting right now, right? Again, without the 19% taxes, the PS5 Pro would about 640 euro. Okay, Grumpy. Okay. Listen, what we're easily concluding here is that Nintendo Switch 2 pricing can't be accurate because it doesn't line up with anything else we've seen. The first Berserker demo is up now. It includes the first 2 missions. Progress carries over to the full game. Progress carries over to the full game? Mash says, I give you a parting gift. He's like, I put you on the doorstep of the next milestone of 272. 3 more members, and I owe you guys a 10 bomb. He says, parting gift, take care. There it is. You guys are on your own now. Daddy Mash is taking the day off. The Pro is the same. Gone are the days where $399 means this. It is lower. Our prices include tax. US doesn't. Not according to recent trends. Yes, in reality. Euro was higher then. We always get direct conversion. I am so confused. I am so confused. You can almost see... This is such a bad image, too. Like, look. I don't know. Why? This is such a bad image. Somebody help me out here. Look at all the art. Look, there is a perfect square of artifacting around this logo. Perfect. It's not around the text. It's not around the 2. There is a perfect square of artifacting around this logo. That has been pasted there. Okay? That 100% has been pasted there. And this is fake. This can't be real. You can almost see where it's been cut. Look at the edges and stuff. I don't think this is real at all. The euro prices that companies list on regional pricing does not include tax. Every country has different taxes. Did one of your kids make this? Yeah, this is fake AF, bro. Come on, y'all. Can you retouch the pixels with paint? I'm not doing anything. Check Spawn Wave's reply under the tweet. It's stolen art. All right, hang on. Is this a screenshot from their website? Because it looks like somebody's render. Oh, yeah. He's saying... Spawn Wave's saying it's a render. People are responding saying it's lower. Our prices include tax. So they set the price so the tax would perfectly equal the euro and USD total. Not buying it. No way. I'll just say no way. They wouldn't set the price so that the tax would perfectly equal the euro and the USD total. That's stupid. The pro price was the same. Gone are the days of the $3.99 means $3.49. No, we always get direct conversion. No, you don't. No, you don't get direct conversion. There's been instances where it's more, and there's been instances where it's less. Like, what would the taxes be on the OLED at $309? Would it be exactly 40 pounds? What would the taxes be on this in pounds? Would it be exactly 40 to bring it exactly in line with the 349 USD? Is that how they do it? Did the company set the price of an item to be exactly the right number below euro and USD so that when you pay taxes, you're paying the exact same that I am, but then I pay taxes? These people are terrible consumers. That's what I'm saying. I don't think they understand. It's like, that's not how this works. No company's going to be like, oh, let's set the price of our device to $3.07 so that when they pay the VAT, they get an exact conversion. The VAT's 20%. Okay, so on a 309 times 0.2, 6180. So 309 plus 6180 is going to bring you to 370. Yeah, you're going to spend more in pounds than I spend in USD on the Switch OLED. There's no way they have it priced exactly the same. There isn't. They don't have it priced that way right now on the OLED. The 20% tax is included in the UK, but some charge more. They're going to be impossible to find at launch. Oh, yeah. Whatever the Nintendo Switch 2 release date is, yes, going to be extremely difficult to find at launch. Currency economics with Lono, right? Currency conversion fluctuates constantly. It would never be exact. That's why I'm telling these people, like, that image cannot be correct. You guys are buying into BS. You are. And for Zuby to be like, oh, no, it's on their website. No, it's not. No, it's not show proof if it's on their website. It isn't on their website. Currencies fluctuate depending on how the money markets trade. That's what I'm saying. The PS5 Pro cost £700. But the price listed at the time was, oh no, yeah, it was. I'm thinking of the euro. The euro was listed at 800 when they listed the PlayStation 5 Pro pricing. They listed it at 800. Sorry, I'm getting confused. It's the other way around. £400 for the Nintendo Switch 2 would be more expensive than the launch price of the PS5 digital version, and it would still be more expensive than what the PS5 price hike is. No, it would be lower. It would be lower. The pounds would be lower than the USD. Yo, what's good, Jazz Corden? Jez with the €5. I don't know how much that is because of what we're talking about right now. How many Nintendo Switches could I buy with that? Can't believe Nintendo Switch 2 is holding the gen back. It's not powerful enough. OMG. I appreciate your sense of humor, but it's not going to change the Series S, Jez. You can make that joke to the cows come home, bro. You can, but Nintendo doesn't care if third party comes over and struggles with ports. They also have companies that do ports to the Switch, which I'm assuming that's why they bought Shiver. Shiver did Mortal Kombat and Hogwarts. So, yeah, false equivalency. Funny, but false equivalency. Xbox marketed itself as the most powerful console and then hamstrung their generation with the Series S. It's different. They centered their identity around power and then seemingly abandoned it the minute the thing came out. Switch is never going to center itself around that. And if third party wants to come over, they'll have to figure it out. And they could maybe go through Shiver like the way the WB did with Hogwarts. There could be a rise in companies that specialize in that. I don't know. But a lot of the ports to Switch were also problematic. Some of them ran on cloud and didn't get the greatest results. So, a well-made joke. A well-made joke, but not an equivalency. And another member from Luke Vader's at at Member Plus, he says, I'm so scared the Switch 2 will dominate PlayStation. What's the PlayStation going to do to compete? It won't dominate because they don't compete with each other. Currently, a large number of PlayStation owners own a Switch. They're not competitive in that realm. So, yeah. Series S will get its flowers when the handheld comes out. Also, do we know the Switch price? The current and most reliable leaker is saying $450, and there'll be a $500 Mario Kart bundle. I think $450 sounds right, given that the current OLED is $350. I don't see them doing the Switch 2, because this came out 4 years ago. I don't see them doing the Switch 2 only $50 more than this, because it's 4 years old. And it's also an 8-year-old device with an OLED screen. I don't see them doing that. It'll be $100 more. I think $450 is the right price from what we're hearing. And just based on OLED pricing of an 8-year-old device. I don't think Series S will get its flowers when the handheld comes out, because handhelds are going to leave the Series S and other handhelds in their dust when they start leveraging upscaling. That's why the Series S is going to slip off of the landscape faster than any other device ever, I think. I think Series S is going to slip right off the table faster than any other device. And here's why. You can, with DLSS, get insane performance on like a weak gaming laptop. This was shown in Death Stranding 1. So that is going to make tech march forward even faster. So this frame gen with NVIDIA, and if they can minimize input latency with Reflex, PSSR Project Amethyst from PlayStation, those are drivers. And so handhelds are going to start to tap into that, which will make Series S irrelevant in the conversation. Series S is going to be a footnote on the history of gaming in about 5 years. No one's going to want to make games for it. No one. Nobody. Because game companies right now making games are going to be asking the question, do we want to make games for a system with a memory bottleneck that also is not strong in the market? There's not a lot of them comparatively to PCs or PlayStation 5 or the impending Nintendo Switch 2. If the Nintendo Switch 2 taps into any kind of upscaling, that moves the Series S out of the equation, because we can get a lot out of the Switch 2 if we tap into the upscaling. It gives you a lot of headroom. They were talking about upscaling of like 1/4 the install size or something, or half. I know leaker on the Switch stuff for sure. I ain't verified this because it ain't my beat, but leakers in my circles are talking $500 for the base model. Really? Thank you for the €10, Jez. You're the man. The one that we were looking at said $450, and then the bundle's $500. I think $500 is a bit high, I think people would walk into the store and see $450 for the Switch 2, $350 for the OLED, and then on down to the Lite, right? I think $500 might be a bit high. I don't know. We'll see. The guy that said $450 and then the bundle $500, he said the leakers got everything else right, so we'll have to wait and see. And you could quite literally be hearing good intel. They've just mislabeled it. They're like, no, I heard 500. There is going to be a 500 according to the one leaker. It's just going to be a bundle. So, I play my Portal enough to justify the $200. I wouldn't play the Switch 2 enough to justify $450. I'll play it enough. My kiddos will play it enough. Yeah, I'll probably buy 2. For sure. I'll buy 2. My kiddos will play the snot out of this thing. They love the Switch games. They just tend to, lately, they've been gravitating towards, they started new characters in Hogwarts Legacy. A €5. All your Series S arguments would hold water if people weren't still making games for PS4, Xbox, Series S base models. Gaming is different now. I think, again, your estimations are incorrect, Jez. You're talking about games making landfall that have been in development for the last 3, 4, and 5 years. They're not going to suddenly pivot. There's also games not using new tech, so they obviously can still land on PS4, right? Games that were in development 3 to 5 years ago would certainly have had either Series S or PS4 in their purview, especially with the PS4 saturation. There's like still 60-something million people booting up their PS4s. Most of them are playing Warzone. So again, I think you're misfiring. Companies right now that are scoping out future games are not going to be thinking that way. If they're scoping out their game right now, they're not looking at the PS4. None of the first-party PlayStation studios are. They've said that. That's left behind. So all PlayStation studios are leaving PS4 behind. Studios right now scoping out projects that then will come out in 4 to 5 years. I think PS4 is off the table, and I think so is the Series S. I think time marches on, and so does tech. They're not going to want to deal with that, especially when you see Wukong come late, Baldur's Gate 3 come late, right? Right. Maloon, I gave you flowers in the show open. I said Maloon would show up and say, I told you it was going to look more serious and less toyish. I gave you flowers during the show open, my friend. Yeah, I think the issue, Jez, with what you're saying is that a lot of those games that are still hitting PS4 and Series S, they were in development 3 and 5 years ago. Well, yeah, early in the gen, 2020, 2021, people were targeting PS4 and Series S because, number one, if you looked at the saturation of the PS5 those first couple of years, goodness gracious, like, of course you were still going to target PS4, you were still going to target cross-gen. PlayStation themselves were targeting cross-gen with Horizon and God of War because the saturation wasn't there yet, and there were so many PS4s. This gets back to the We Believe in Generations interview that got grossly misrepresented by a lot of people. So I actually think that makes perfectly good sense as to why we're still seeing games hit Series S. We're still seeing games hit a PS4. I think that will change. Every year you'll see that happening less and less. You're still going to have games that are not demanding, platformers, pixel art games that are going to be like, well, of course we're going to hit the PS4. There's so many of them, right? Luke Vaders with a 5 spot says, I know it's great to have Jez super chatting, but I wish you two could talk live right now. He can hop into, we don't have a way to hop into the Discord. We need to set that up. Jez with a 5 spot says, Steam Deck Z1 limitations are benefiting Series S optimization. Okay, that's true. Also, the place I heard 500 also got June correct. Again, I think they could be correct on the 500, Jez. What if they're hearing about the bundle? And Luke Vaders, you made it rain confetti. I'm going to reset the super chat goal, and I'll gift a member. Oh, and that adds to the total. I add to the total. We're now 1 gifted member away from 275, where I'll owe you guys 10 members. Oops, I clicked the wrong one. I'm going to crash my own chat. It doesn't like it when I do this. I closed out of gifting. I don't think you're wrong in saying that handhelds are helping Series S figure out Discord. I'll jump in sometime in the future. We're wanting to do something, Jez, where we set up the Discord and we do something called like Thursday Throwdown, where I do like open mic with people that like I trust, like mutuals. Like I know you're not going to hop on the mic and, say the N-word to get me in trouble. At least I hope you wouldn't. No, you wouldn't. So we're going to do that. We just have to get the Discord set up for it, because right now I just use the stage feature in the Discord, and I can't get you there if you're not a member. I want non-members to be able to jump into the Discord. I've got like people like Doc Dark, Purple Haze, and you that I'd be like, yeah, dude, hop on the mic. That'd be fun. So we will work on that. That's a goal for the new year. So back to work. Take care, Jez. Appreciate you, man. And Jom's going to do it. Jom's going to do it. He perfectly lands us on the 275. 275. Thank you so much. And I owe you a 10 bomb. You guys are the absolute best. The ongoing support of this channel. You guys know we're not a big channel. We just hit 50K subscribers. I'm able to do this full time because of your support. So thank you so much. I might say Xbox better though. You're allowed to say Xbox better. You are. I don't care about that. I want people to say, factual is all. Just stay factual. You can say Xbox is better, and I'll just ask you why, and then you can say why you think that. And then I'll mute you and tell you that you're wrong, and then I'll say, oh, guys, he must have had to leave. I'm kidding. And a 5 bomb comes in from Grumpy Exile. Oh, he sets it up nicely. Oh, that's tempting. 280. We'll see if anybody takes the bait and drops a 20 bomb, Grumpy. Mash took the day off, and Mash won't be here tomorrow. You guys are going to have to do this on your own. Let's see if anybody wants to do the 20 bomb. Jez and Lona Stream, shut it the frick down. That'd be dope. I really want that to be the theme this year. I want people to come in, right? Truth is, PC is better. I've actually said that a lot recently, Jez, that I think people are perfectly right to say they're going to go PC. I think they're well within their right to say that. I myself prefer PlayStation because the Pro gives me performance that I like, and I'm in my living room, which is why I would totally buy a Steam console. I would. Then I could play like cool little indie games like Deep Rock Galactic Survivor in my living room on my couch. I don't like PC gaming in my living room. I don't like doing it. So take care. Yeah, take care, brother. But yeah, I would love for that to be the theme this year. Like, I want, there's a lot of people that spend a lot of time attacking me, calling me names, blah, blah, blah. Just come on the show and be kind and let's have some fun. I am going to be on Crossfire tonight with Mooch and the gang, so make sure you guys are there. Make sure you guys are there. PC isn't better, Steam's better? Well, I think some people would say that PC is better as a platform because it is, it's modular. You could invest in a PC right now and in 3 or 4 years upgrade 1 or 2 pieces and smooth out maybe a bottleneck or tap into something new that came out. Like, that's something that people really like about PC because it's modular. People don't like that about console. They're like, well, I'm locked in. My main pushback to that is my experience with PC is that I would buy a PC and not touch it for right now. My gaming rig is going to be 6 years old. And it's a 2080 Ti and it's perfectly fine. So it's almost running the length of a console anyway. It's like, I don't do that. What time is Crossfire? 7 p.m. Eastern. 7 p.m. Eastern. Hang on, I gotta snooze the ring. My family must be going somewhere, and I'm gonna get like 18 notifications. If you guys haven't smacked the like button yet, hit that like button, man. Thank you guys so much. For everybody who's been supporting the uploads lately, the Marvel Rivals video has successfully turned itself around. I did a Ubisoft video last night. We have a poll on the channel. Let's check the poll results right now and see where everybody is landing. Let's see here. After seeing the Nintendo Switch 2 first look trailer, will you be getting one? 700 votes already. That just went live this morning. Yes is at 48%. No is at 25%. Need more info is at 27%. So 75% of you are either getting it or just want more info. And then 25, like a fourth of you are like, no, thank you. That's actually really encouraging. I'll be honest. I really want to be able to cover Nintendo stuff, stream Nintendo games, and celebrate Nintendo announcements. And we've struggled with that over the years just because I think the Nintendo Switch was so weak. It didn't appeal to a lot of the people that hang out here. And so it was really, really hard to cover, It was hard to cover. Now, what's the community note on Zubitech's thing? Nintendo has not officially announced a release date or price for the Switch 2 at this time. Further information will be revealed on April 2nd. Yeah. It got community noted. Our prices include VAT, $3.98 USD, and $3.99 before state tax. Our prices include the VAT. No, they don't. Copy link. Not on the OLED, it doesn't. Hang on. It's not. They're not including it on the OLED. I don't think they're doing that for this. Hang on. There's a lot of questions coming in from the members. If you guys want to submit questions, do it. Do it right now. Guys, today is a great day to go crazy on the like button and to go crazy with gifted members because there's so many people here that have never been here before. A lot of new subscribers. This is a big day, kind of like the day where we covered like the GTA 6 waiting room, right? A lot of new folks in. It's great to do that. So thank you everybody who has been doing that. It's Crossfire VR game. Crossfire is a podcast that takes place on Thursday night on Mooch's channel, and it's a bunch of people. I'll have to practice being more willing to interrupt tonight. I usually struggle in those podcast settings if it's more than like 4 or 5 people because there's just a lot of, you got to cut in and interrupt, and I just don't like doing that. It makes me uncomfortable. And a member plus from Air Dry More, and it's 29 months. It adds to the total. It makes the impending 20 bomb an agent of chaos. We'll see if anybody's... And Siege Master says, I'll get us halfway there, and he does a 10 bomb and gets us to 291. You guys are well within reach now. And Air Dry More says, Metroid Prime 4, Mario Kart, and the kids in my Switch 2. Can't wait. Maybe Dragon Quest 12 this year. A man can dream. Thank you so much. If you guys get gifted a member, you can always upgrade for $1 to Member Plus. That gets you into the end of the day green room segment. And Odin Arrow says, do you think the Nintendo Switch 2 will finally have Bluetooth capability for earbuds or headphones? I don't know. They have a headphone jack on it in the trailer, so I can't give you a great answer here. Sorry. Perfect Image says, my theory is Switch is going to 3D graphics. I think your theory doesn't make sense because they make both. Like, we got into a discussion about with somebody that was with this. I can't talk. We got in a discussion about this with somebody a couple of weeks ago. I don't think there is this weird juxtaposition of 2D games versus 3D games. Hollow Knight Silksong is going to prove that, okay? Hollow Knight Silksong is going to prove that. I don't think Nintendo's like, you know what we need to do? We need to stop making 2D games and just do 3D games. That's not a conversation. That's not a directive. That's nothing that's going to happen. There is no tension. There is no future where game companies say, we're done making 2D games. They're not going to do that. They aren't. You'll get things like Link's Awakening, Echoes of Wisdom, which are like top-down. You'll get 2D games like Super Mario Bros. Wonder. You'll get 3D games like Tears of the Kingdom. They're not going to suddenly say, well, we're only going to make 3D. That prediction doesn't... It's not rooted in reality. Nobody's doing that right now. You look at the number of games on Steam that are 2D. What's Hollow Knight Silksong? It's the sequel to Hollow Knight. Not Hollowed. Hollow Knight Silksong. The sequel to Hollow Knight, which is one of the best Metroidvanias you can play out there, and it's one of the most anticipated games. Look at Steam. Look at one of the games nominated this year. It should have been nominated for Game of the Year. Prince of Persia. Prince of Persia and the Lost Crown, 2D. I'm serious. Like, you guys that have this weird aversion or antagonism to 2D games, I don't get it. They're not going anywhere. They harken back to the classics. They're enjoyable. They're fun. You not liking them doesn't mean they're bad or going away. They're going to do it more. I don't have a way of saying whether or not you could be right or wrong because I don't know what you mean by more. They'll announce a 3D Mario game. I think they'll do another Zelda that's 3D. There's a Metroid coming that's 3D. It's first person. But I also think you're going to get 2D games. I don't know what you mean by more. How would we either falsify or prove your claim true? I don't know. I truly don't know. Are we going to get, 4 years into the Nintendo Switch 2 and say, okay, let's add up all the 2D and 3D games? I don't understand how it would decide whether or not you're right or you're wrong. I think they'll just be both. I don't think there will be a trend in any direction. Now, maybe let me try and steelman your argument. Or maybe try and steelman your prediction and make your prediction better or maybe more sensible. Maybe you're saying with the increase in power and their device looking more sleek and more tech savvy, maybe they will decide to do more 3D games than they have been doing. They'll decide that maybe they can do more of like open world 3-dimensional games. Not that they haven't been doing them, but they'll increase the number to a greater number than we've seen right now. Maybe that's what you mean. Sven says, I'm really hoping for some Switch 1 games to get updates. Xenoblade, Tears of the Kingdom. I want Tears of the Kingdom to run at 60 as well as Breath of the Wild, because I would replay both. I'm with David Jaffe talking about some of the 90s E3, seeing Earthworm Jim and a bunch of 2D platforms, thinking they all look the same. Wait. You think they all look the same, or is he saying that they don't? They're great games. What was Jaffe saying? What was old Uncle Jaffe saying? I like Jaffe. $10 super chat from True SSJ Havoc says, Lono, you're yelling at the wall. I've been making the same argument when it comes to the Sonic series. Fans would get mad at me and say too much 2D. It's camera perspective. Come on. Yeah, I don't think there's an issue with it at all. I don't think so. Yes. Okay. I think sometimes we have a language issue with perfect image. I don't know if English is your first language. And Risic does a 10 bomb and gets us to 301. That is an Agent of Chaos 10 bomb, and you guys are going to need the help. Mash will not be here tomorrow, and he's taking the rest of the day off. You guys are crushing it. We're just going to keep streaming. We're going to keep hanging out and keep having a good time. And you can work on that goal. I owe you guys 5. Thank you very, very much, Risic. Ori was pretty good, and it's a 2D game. It was pretty good. Ori was excellent. Ori was excellent. Ori and the Will of the Wisps is one of the best Metroidvanias I've ever played. Prince of Persia is one of the best I've ever played. Years old clip. He said everybody was showing the same style of thing. Oh, it's a years old clip. I mean, he's probably not wrong, but maybe the diagnosis is bad, right? I don't necessarily think that he's wrong in saying that back then that's all everybody was showing, but maybe the diagnosis is bad. Why do you think they were only showing games like that? Well, the tech was limited. What people could do was limited, you know? It was harder to do some of those things. It was last year or two. I would need to know the full context of what he was trying to communicate. You know? I would need to know what he was trying to communicate. You are correct and I'm Haitian. Okay, I understand your point now, Perfect Image, and I think it's probably a decent prediction. So, yeah. A question here from Stone Spire concerning the Switch 2 release. It's only 18 months since the last Zelda released. What game do you think will be this platform's launch title? I think they already hinted that it's Mario Kart. My prediction right now for the Nintendo Switch 2 is Mario Kart's a launch title. There'll be third-party launch titles as well that are porting over. We've heard things like Red Dead Redemption 2 and other games. I also think they'll do updates to games like Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, because those are heavy hitters. And I think there will be a new 3D Mario holiday release, and they'll bundle it. I think they'll do Mario Kart bundles at launch. I think they'll do 3D Mario bundles at holiday. I think that's when the new 3D Mario will come out. That's my prediction. So Mario Kart's the launch title, along with updates to games like Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom, along with third-party releases. Yeah, Metroid Prime could be one of the launch titles as well. That's a good word, Clevelando. I think the new 3D Mario is a holiday release, and they'll bundle it. Yeah. This is why I think games will run better on the new hardware. I don't have faith in Nintendo to go back and patch games for support. I just hope they utilize the raw power. Oh, Scott Dave says, I was being sarcastic about Silksong, Lono. We have been hearing about it for a long time. Oh my gosh. I thought you were being genuine. I was like, oh, he doesn't know what Silksong is. Yeah, Citizen JV asked about that. Do you think that Metroid Prime 4 could be a Nintendo Switch launch title? Yeah, those could be your two heavy hitters. Mario Kart and Metroid. Yeah. Yeah. Sven says, I've always described what people call 2D as platformers and Metroidvanias. 2D have always equated to an art style. I mean, 2D is not necessarily art style. 2D is the camera perspective and the experience of the player. Can you move around in a three-dimensional space, or are you only able to move around in a flat, two-dimensional space? Like, there's three-dimensional movement in a game like Big Helmet Heroes, but it would still be considered a two-dimensional game. You can move like a little bit forward and a little bit backwards. Like a Ninja Turtles game is a good example. I can come down here where the fire hydrant is and I can hit it, or I can go up here and I can hit the park bench. We would still consider that a two-dimensional game. You don't have full three-dimensional freedom. .2D is about character movement. Yeah, even in a game like Ninja Turtles, though, where you can go left, right, and you can go deeper into the space and more forward into the space, I don't think we would call a Ninja Turtle side-scroller 3D. You might call it 2.5, maybe 2.5D or something. I don't know. 3D is Super Mario 64. You can suddenly move around in a three-dimensional space. 2D Mario would be Super Mario 3. Or what was it called? Super Nintendo? Super Mario World? Is that the one for Super Nintendo? That was a great one. Almost always Nintendo releases the new console with a new Mario. It'll either be 2D or 3D Mario. Are you sure? Didn't the Nintendo Switch launch with Breath of the Wild and not a new Mario? I thought the launch title for the Nintendo Switch back in 2017 was Breath of the Wild. Didn't Odyssey come later? Much later, actually. I think the launch titles are Mario Kart. That's Mario. It's Mario Kart and Metroid. I think a new 3D Mario is holiday. I think there'll be a holiday release. They'll announce it and show it off in the summer maybe, and then there'll be bundles. There'll be Nintendo Switch 2 Mario bundles. Could we get 29 more likes on the video? If you guys haven't hit the like button yet, man, and you're enjoying your time here, smash the like button. It gets more people in the door. Thank you so much to everybody who's been a part of today. We appreciate it so much. And thank you to everybody who continues to support the channel. If you're watching our uploads, if you're engaging with the poll right now on the channel, we appreciate that so much. We do both uploads and live content, and a lot of you guys have been supporting both, and we greatly appreciate that. Mario Kart will be enough. I'll make another prediction. I think they're going to be more okay with stressing third party at launch, right? Let's see. Launch title, predictions, and then let's see. Comfortable with more. Hang on, I'm just putting a note here. Party. I think they're going to be more comfortable with third party being a part of the launch title. I think that's part of their evolution as a platform. I think I just think it's going to be a different way. This isn't going to be all about like. They're definitely going to stress their own stuff for sure, but I think they're going to be more comfortable allowing bigger third-party titles to be a part of this, to be a part of the push. Yo, Hello Lima with 19 months, and it's a member plus, and that bumps the line to 302. If you guys listening and watching right now, if you've never supported a YouTube channel directly with a membership, we do a whole host of content. It's like a second side of this stream. It's like if you flip the channel around, there's this back of it what you don't get to see unless you're a member. If you decide to support directly, just make sure you pick Member Plus. You get into morning coffee. That's how we start our day. You don't get to see that if you're not a member. And you get into the green room, which is in the afternoon. You're right, Odyssey released in October. Switch was released on March. Was it even in the same year, though? Was it 20... Hang on. Mario Odyssey release date. Oh, it was. It was, yeah. That tracks, right? That tracks like Breath of the Wild, and then Mario comes out in October. I think they're going to do something very similar this time. I think it's going to be Mario Kart, and then a 3D Mario will be around holiday or fall or something like that. IGN has something called 30 new details revealed in the Switch 2 announcement. Okay, 30 details. All right. What do you got? Its form factor is much the same. Gone are the brightly colored. Not devoid of color. It's magnetic slots. Joy-Con, Joy-Con. Do they have anything here that we haven't noticed? Analogs are low profile. Mouse functionality, sure. Their thumbnail made it seem like they saw something on the side. It looks like I didn't see anything in there that we haven't also observed. Let's see here. Oh, let's put a question up on the board. Deity Anubis says, did you see the AC Shadows gameplay? What did you think? Is there new gameplay? I saw that previewers are saying it's got really strong response. AC Shadows gameplay. Is there new gameplay? Jor Raptor is usually good about pushing out new gameplay, and he hasn't done any for... Yeah, his Assassin Jor Raptor channel doesn't have anything. I don't think there's been any new. Imagine they announced Master Chief Collection for Switch 2 on April the 2nd. Sven, track with me here. Everybody, I wonder what you guys think about this. All right, let me know what you think about this. And while you're listening... Take a quick second and make sure it saved your like. We need 14 more for 400. Let's get to 400 likes. You guys are crushing it. Okay. Jason Schreier from Bloomberg said, you might be wondering why they would put this trailer out in January and they're not going to do the Nintendo Switch 2 Direct until April. That seems kind of big, right? I think the timing is interesting for a few reasons. Number one, January's not the greatest time for this sort of thing, and that they did it in January, 1 week before the Xbox Developer Direct. So, given what Jason Schreier said, he's like, this was done so that third-party companies could announce their games coming to the Nintendo Switch 2. I'm not making a prediction. I just think it's really interesting timing that they push this out 1 week before the Xbox Developer Direct. That could be the first time we hear about an Xbox game landing on the Nintendo Switch from Xbox. Okay? From Xbox. They didn't use their showcase to do that, okay? They didn't have Phil saying, yeah, this game's coming here, this game's coming there. This could be the first time Xbox says it themselves, because they let Jeff Keighley announce Indiana Jones going to PS5, and then they let the Game Awards have the Outer Worlds 2 trailer that showed that it was coming to PS5. They've not said it themselves. So the timing here is interesting. It's like, well, I don't know. Maybe this is the first time Xbox decides to say, for the first time ever, we're excited to bring, the Halo Master Chief Collection to the Nintendo community in the Switch 2 or whatever. I don't know. It's like something must be coming really soon from some third party somewhere, and Nintendo wanted to give them a window to do it. Is it Xbox? I don't know. I really don't. I think 8 a.m. on January the 16th is a kind of a random time to drop this, especially when you're not going to do your direct until April the 2nd. It would have made more sense to do this in March, like a month before or a week before. Doing it this far in advance? Call of Duty? Yeah, it could be Call of Duty, Jason F. You're correct. It could be the first time Xbox says, we've got a game going in Nintendo. They haven't done it themselves yet. They've let somebody else announce it. Even when Phil Spencer sat down and did the interview, he's like, I'm not going to tell you what the 4 games are. He let that get announced. They let the Nintendo Direct announce the 2, Grounded and Pentiment. There was a Nintendo Direct that announced Grounded and Pentiment coming to the Nintendo. They've not done it up to now. Xbox hasn't uttered the words. They said that it'll happen, but they won't tell you the games. They won't make it a part of their official stuff. You watch a showcase from last year, same deal. Hey, thanks for 400 likes. Wow, you guys are crushing the like count. Sometimes I ask for likes and it doesn't move. You guys are killing it. We hit a great milestone on the member count. If you guys want a Friday night stream with my wife, you can make her continue playing Kingdom Come Deliverance. Let's get the sword back on there. You guys want the sword? Let's get the sword back on there. I think the sword really, really brings it home. It does. All right, let's go in here. Let's grab this sword. Let me see. Where did it go? I must have deleted it. Man, I had a really, really good sword PNG. Unless it was... No. I had a sword PNG and I can't find it. Let's see. I searched for it the other day. Let me see if I can find the same one that works so well. Yeah, this is the one we used. It's an actual PNG too, not a fake. Well, these stupid fake PNGs. If you guys missed Madam playing Kingdom Come Deliverance on it was a Saturday stream. It was a rare Saturday stream. You really, really missed out. You really did. So there you go. You can get her to play some more. She was having a good time. We'll see how it goes. Avowed Lono delayed for odd reasons, only 30 FPS. You think Avowed could be going to Nintendo Switch 2? Is that what you're saying? I'm not sure what you're saying, John Always. Hasio says, we need 98 more. We can pull this off. We can. Member trains have power, especially when you guys do the single trains, man. Those add up fast. We don't need the big member bombs. You know? MASH let you know he's taking tomorrow off. People commenting on the Switch poll saying Mooster Chief said we need pricing. I sold my Switch a few years ago. Victor says I have all the systems. I already have a Steam Deck. I don't need this. I'd love to get one for my daughter. Not sure. For me, it depends on the new Smash Brothers. I have 3 Switches in my house, says Charles. I'm going to most likely have to get 3 Switch 2s. I want to see the games. Thank you guys so much for all of those comments on the Nintendo Switch 2 poll. Sven says, and Dylan with the Member Plus bumps the member line to 303. Thank you so much, sir. And he says, nearing the 3-year milestone. I've been watching long before then. Thanks for the amazing content. Thank you, Dylan. And let me pull up Sven's comment here. It's easier for me over here. Based on past convos Phil has held, he has never name-dropped the consoles. He always says other platforms or something like that. I feel like he has said their names. I'd have to double-check that. Switch 2 exposes the What is this? Switch 2 exposes the hypocrisy, similar power to the Series S. Digital Foundry won't claim it's too underpowered for current games. Media won't make tons of articles downplaying it. Nobody will have a problem with the Switch 2 simply because it doesn't have Xbox in the name. No, because it's a portable device. you could claim hypocrisy about other portable devices right now. They don't fixate on the raw power because they don't expect raw power from a portable device. The reason that people fixated on the power of the Series S is because it's tied like a three-legged race. It's tied and attached, and its wagon is hitched to the Series X, which was supposed to be the world's most powerful console. Also, the reason that people fixate on the Series S is because of the marketing. The marketing. Go back and watch the trailer that Xbox set to private on their own YouTube channel. They promised performance thresholds and a very similar parity between Series X and S, and they didn't make good on it. That's the difference. There's no hypocrisy here. Your issue is with Xbox. They marketed the Series S as if it's going to have all the same great features and great performance as the Series X. It'll just do it at 1440. That was a lie, and that's why that video has been set to private. That's why people fixate on the Series S and say negative things about it, because Microsoft and Xbox completely mismanaged it and marketed it in a very dishonest way. They oversold its capabilities, and developers have struggled to get games to run on it. The Switch 2 isn't doing that. The Switch 2 will not come out into the market and make grandiose claims about its performance capabilities. It won't. It will also dominate the market by sheer volume, which is why people want to be on it. The Nintendo Switch 1 came out in 2017, and it's like Zuby's joking, but it's a graphing calculator. It's not very strong, and yet even Bobby Kotick said they underestimated it. Why? It was so popular, people wanted to be on it. They figured out a way to be on it because it was so popular. It was so huge in the market. That's why Hogwarts Legacy came to the Switch. They had a company called Shiver port it. I was just predicting the playbook. Fuzzy says, I know we don't have spec information, but I can't wait to see Xbox people say, see, it wasn't the Series S, it was the Switch 2 that held these games back. Yeah, for sure. Some new evidence seems to confirm that Lost Soul Aside, an upcoming Sony published game, has removed its PlayStation Network account requirement for PC users. That's not surprising. It's not a PlayStation Studio. Sorcerer. Lost Soul Aside is PlayStation published, but it's not a PlayStation Studio. I do not even think it's going to be considered PlayStation property. So that's not surprising that there's no PSN login for Lost Soul Aside. Yeah. DE says, Jaffe said, is PlayStation's formula getting old? It's a 2-year-old video. He says CES before E3, Mickey Mania, Donkey Kong Country, Earthworm Jim, and 15 other 2D jumpy things. Asks, are we sick of this yet? Oh, I mean, I think in general, you're always going to see trends like that. We went through a trend of battle royales. We've gone through trends of open world games, things like that. Oh, Haseo, I forgot to thank you for your renewal. Haseo, with 38 months in a VIP, Haseo says, great content and views. Keep up the good work, Lono and Creature. Keep going on. Yeah, thank you so much. Haseo gets us to 304 on the member count. Thank you so much, sir. D the Great says, question, Lono. Have you ever thought about doing reviews on games where you would use coffee cups as the rating system? Just a thought. No, not really. We don't. That's not something that would be in conjunction with our brand. I mean, I know we have the Reforge roast coffee, but the brand itself, Reforge Gaming, has nothing to do with coffee. Grounding content in a coffee identity would be strange. Yeah, a lot of Souls likes have been coming out. Exactly. I don't think Lost Soul Aside's PlayStation-owned IP. Yeah, I don't think PlayStation owns the IP. I know they don't own the studio. They're just publishing. What PlayStation's attempting to do is get more consumers in the Chinese market. So I don't think you'd want to have a PSN login requirement, because a lot of those consumers would say, I have no interest in getting a PlayStation login. So that's not surprising that they're not requiring that. The Mina project will probably be the same. Is lower than the US price. It's not rocket science. This guy says, cool. The US price is still without state and sales tax, like I said. So the Switch 2 in the picture you posted is the UK price is lower than the US price. It's not rocket science. You are really struggling to understand my point. The image is fake and was community noted. It won't be that price in the UK market. It's not going to be that price in the UK. Like, you're really struggling to understand my point, and it's been community noted anyway. Excited to be back on Crossfire tonight. Who's on Crossfire tonight? Brap. I don't think I've ever been on with the Crap Gamer. The Crap Gamer will be on, and Death Singer, and then special guests, me, Slow-Mo Backslap, and then some weirdo named Detective Seeds. I don't think I've ever been on a podcast with Detective Seeds. That'll be fun. Yes, I've seen that, Brooklyn. Thank you for the DM. That's going to be a video we make for sure. Wait, did he delete it? Did he delete the post? Oh, he updated. Okay, I'm viewing the latest version. He did the edit on Twitter. Like, you can, like, edit a post and, like, reposts it. Gonna be great. Thank you. I'm excited. That Singer guy is annoying. Why? What's annoying about him? Switch was the new hotness. This is more in the same market and has a lot more competition than it did in 2017. It's gonna sell like crazy. I think it'll be fine. People that are thinking that the Switch 2 is gonna struggle or not do well. What post got edited? Oh, Mooch just posted about Crossfire. I never said it was the price. I only pointed out that if you use US and UK, prices are not the same. The UK is lower. They wouldn't have it posted exactly the same. Oh my gosh. I never said it was the price. I only pointed out that the US and the UK price are not the same. The UK is lower. Right. Yes. Yes. Which would mean the image would have to have the UK tax perfectly aligned to make the prices on the image exactly the same. We are passing in the night here. You aren't getting it. You are not getting it. The only way you would have an image where the UK price is exactly the same as the USD price is if they perfectly set it up so that the UK tax got it there. Right? You're saying they're not the same. UK is lower. Oh my gosh. Like, it wouldn't be priced that way. We're passing in the night, brother. You don't understand the point that I'm making. In order for this image, which has been community noted, in order for this image to be accurate, okay, you would have to have the taxes perfectly calculated so that the pounds would be 399.99 to be equal to the USD. Because if you go to buy an OLED, okay, if you're going to buy the OLED right now, it's cheaper pounds-wise than USD, and then the taxes hit it and bring it back up above what you pay in USD. So again, the only way this image was accurate is if this right here, this pounds number, if it's including the taxes, which would then mean they'd have to perfectly set the retail price in that market to include that. Like, you're not understanding why I was saying the image couldn't be accurate. That's not really how it works, though. That's what I'm saying, Paul. There's no way that image is accurate, and that was my point. Right now, if you go to buy an OLED, it's $349 USD or 309 pounds. They're not the same. You're never going to get an image like this where the pounds is exactly the same as the USD. Even if they include the taxes, there's no way they would do that. That means they'd have to set the retail price exactly less than the taxes to get it to the $399. Some companies do list items the same price for euro, dollar, and pounds. Not right now, I don't think that they would, Paul. There's too much currency fluctuation for this kind of an image to be legitimate. It's been community noted. I don't think it's real. For goodness sakes, they have them selling it at the yen for less USD. You could buy it for $2.95 if you buy it with yen. There's no way they're going to... I don't think they're going to do that. They're not going to do that. That was my point. New key art for Assassin's Creed. That's interesting key art. This is interesting key art. They don't seem like they're the focus at all. This guy seems like he's the focus. This is odd as how this has been structured with respect to like image hierarchy. I'm not really sure why he's up here and so big. He seems like the main character. They don't. That's weird. Lost Soul Aside's not PlayStation owned and the studio's not owned. Yeah, PlayStation can't mandate anything. Uh, 24 starting points for Mario Kart on the Switch 2. Yeah, 24. Yeah, 24 kart races seems a little insane. That also speaks to it being, you know, quite a bit more powerful. This is the last question in the question queue, and it comes from Tommy Humphreys. Why would Nintendo wait until April the 2nd to reveal more details about the Switch 2? Nintendo is already reportedly frustrated with the leak so far. Jason Schreier from Bloomberg commented on this. He said they wanted to give time for third-party companies to announce games coming to the Switch 2 before the Switch 2 Direct. So the Switch 2 Direct could potentially focus on the their own stuff, maybe. Why are they hiding Yasuke like that? I don't feel like they're hiding him. I just feel like they made it look like the guy at the top is the main character. It just seems odd. Maybe he's the villain? They didn't change the character. No, Yasuke's the main character. All of their footage that they've released on those little short clips on their channel, I think make that pretty clear, that Yasuke's still the character. My Silk Song Copium. There's a new main character. He's in the bottom center. His name's Russell. Like a main character that you like interact with, like an NPC. Yeah, the guy at the top is maybe the big bad. Maybe he's the villain. Yeah. The question queue has been cleared. If you guys want to submit questions. Why are you adding me, Sven? Oh, are you kidding around, Sven? He looks like the Up character. Oh, I didn't even catch the joke. Why is Russell from Up in there? Hang on. Let's get this back on screen. They're saying this looks like Russell, bro. Come on, man. Come on. He kind of does look like Russell. What's really interesting is on this side, you have like, there's just something really weird about this. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like on this side, it looks like you have like warriors of like a faction, maybe ninjas or something. And then over here, there's nothing. There's like an old lady and some people. And then down here, I don't know. Like aesthetically speaking, I don't know what it's not communicating anything. Did it with the Pro? My guy? You sure about that? Where's that Pro image that you guys had? Where's the Pro pricing image that you guys had? The pounds was higher. No, I'm sorry, not pounds. Euro. You are correct that pounds and USD matched. That's why this made my Spidey sense tingle. All three matching seemed sus. Euro and USD did not match. You are correct that pounds and USD matched. That's why this made my Spidey sense tingle. All three matching seemed sus. Yeah, all three matching seemed sus. Like, I know we fixated and he and I went back and forth on pounds, and he's been respectful. But we're passing in the night. My issue was, this just doesn't make any sense. Like, they all three perfectly match and align. Like, that's crazy. Thank you, Paul. It would still not totally surprise me if the Switch has the same pricing structure for the currencies. It just seems incredibly sus that every single price is exactly the same. This guy responds and says, Xbox bad. No, it's not. He responded to the podcast tweets that Xbox bad. I'm like, no, it's not. Picture doesn't look balanced. It seems like something should be in the top left. Yeah, the aesthetic balance of that picture, that AC Shadows picture is just wild. Really, really wild. All right, here's what we're going to do. 28 minutes. Okay, I'm going to let you guys extend today. We're going to stream for 28 more minutes. If you can get it to 350, we'll keep going, and you guys can do like a members, AMA thing where you can play. I'm sorry, where you can ask me questions that are not gaming related. Sorry. So you guys can extend. You have 28 minutes to extend. If you extend, we'll switch over the Q&A to more of an AMA, all right? We're going to keep talking. We're going to keep talking about Nintendo Switch and everything going on. The Q&A has had some questions submitted, and it's TJ Rage saying, top 3 exterior designs for console. Well, I gotta go with the granddaddy. I think the original Nintendo Entertainment System is wonderful looking. I love it. I loved it was utilitarian. Mailman gifts a member. He's not even a member, and he says, let's get it. And he got you guys. Listen, I'm trying to help us get some momentum. Every 25, I'll give 5. We're now a 20 bomb away from that. Thank you, Mailman, for doing that. That's so generous. There is something aesthetically pleasing about this system. It's utilitarian. The controller matches the aesthetic. I love the minimalism about it. The 3 colors, the gray, the red, the black. The only thing I think is a little odd is the 3 different font choices here. But other than that, I love it. I love the font on the power and the reset. This is just, and again, this is some nostalgia going here. I have the Lego set over here as well, which I love. This would probably be my first. I would say that this is just such a pleasing thing. I love the way that it looks. I think that next I would probably pick, I'm trying to think. I think I would pick Nintendo 64 next. Yeah. The Nintendo 64 I would have to pick next because of what they did with the controller. So this is why you need to put respect on Nintendo's name, mainly because, again, very symmetrical design. I love it. You got your power and your reset on opposite sides. You've got your subtle use of 1 dot, 2 dot, 3 dot, 4 dot for the first, second, and third, fourth players. This is why you get thumbsticks today. Nintendo, put respect on their name. They were the innovators, right? They were the first to do the thumbstick. They were the first to do motion controls. These guys have been just awesome in this regard. Like, this controller right here was just freaking great. Weren't they the first to do Rumble as well? You could get a Rumble pack with the Nintendo 64. So the controller took a long time to get used to. I loved it. I really did. This would be my number 2. I loved it. I loved playing GoldenEye. I loved playing Mario Kart. I loved everything about this system. Peak console design was the 360. Oh, the black one was pretty nice. After that, all right, that's my top 2. That's my top 2. Somebody said GameCube. I don't think I liked the GameCube. No, I didn't like the GameCube. The pivot to purple was weird. I don't know why they didn't. The black one was so much better, but most people, I think, got a purple one. I think we had a purple one. Let me see. What do I want to pick for number 3? What do I want to pick for number 3? Yeah, I think I'm going with this one. All right, number 3. Coming in at number 3, I'm going with the Dreamcast. The controller felt amazing. It was so ergonomic. I loved the feel of this joystick. I really, really did. This mimics some of what I liked about Nintendo Entertainment System and the Nintendo 64. And the Dreamcast just it's like a unicorn. It's like the dead unicorn in Harry Potter, right? It's just this beautiful thing that was killed too early. Like, what a beautiful system. What a beautiful system that was just killed too early. You know, really, really sad what happened to this thing. I loved it. It was great. The games were great. My friend had one that he had rooted so we could play whatever we wanted. Yeah, I love this one. The controller sucked. Oh, I loved it. Best looking consoles. Yeah. Let me tell you why you're wrong. Well, everybody's going to pick something different. He asked me what my 3 were. You can say what your 3 were. A $5 super chat tip from Luke Vaders. Do you think the Switch 2 will hurt the future PS5 Pro sales, or is this a different market? People might push... No, it's a completely different market. I see, Lono, you liked wonky, uncomfortable to hold controllers. I liked it, man. I liked the Dreamcast controller. Yeah. Nelson L. Gamer Coda says, you can have Lono on the panel. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? I can't tell. It was very quickly knocked up. I don't expect it to be real myself. I saw a rumor earlier yesterday it was launching at 400 Canadian. We have no idea until Nintendo comments. It doesn't matter, but never be annoyed by pricing US. The pound as weak as AF now. I appreciate this exchange stayed calm and civil. Handshake. We will know in April. Yeah, I appreciate that it said calm and civil, Mr. He's over there on Twitter, Ethan Berry. We were definitely passing in the night, but we kept it civil. Let him cook. Somebody said, how can Xbox be bad when the Switch 2 and the PlayStation are an Xbox? The Reforge Gaming top 3 console aesthetic situation is crazy. The black Nintendo Wii. Yeah, I agree, Wheezy. We got to put this up on the screen. Oh, yeah. Let me get a better resolution. Black Nintendo Wii. It just kind of goes to show you that when a Wii is black, it's just better. Hang on a minute. Don't cancel me for that. Hang on a minute. I'm gonna do a reverse image search. I'm gonna try and get a high res version here. Best match, biggest image. Here we go. Open image in a new tab. I hate how Reddit won't let me open the image in a new tab. Freaking crap is annoying. There we go. Bingo! Look at that. That's awesome. It really is. I like that. Lono, Reforge Gaming made his audience look at a high definition zoomed in picture of a black Wii today, you know. Just look at how much bigger this is. You know, it's a lot longer. It's got a lot more girth, right? You can really feel you can almost get an idea of like what it would be like to get your hands around this, you know? You almost feel like you would need 2 hands. It's a bit of an optical illusion. I tried to keep going. Lone Wolf said, all right, bro. And Trill gave me the 3 dots. Trill, don't you give me the black man side eye in the form of 3 dots in chat. All right? Don't you do it. It was funny. That was a funny bit. Excuse me. Excuse me. Big Evil says, you definitely need 2 hands. Wheezy says, all right, I'm going to head out. Hey, Wheezy, let the record show you put the first picture of the black Wii in the Discord. It was your picture. It was your black Wii. You put it in the Discord, Wheezy. Let the record show. Put that in the minutes. Read it back to me. Excuse me. Chat log. Can we get chat log? Can you read the chat log back to me? Yeah, the record shows that. Sorry. I'm ruining the moment. I'm ruining the comedy. I want the record to show. The record shows that Wheezy, on January the 16th in the year of our Lord, 2025, he put a big, fat picture of a black Wii in the Discord. And then he insisted that we look at it. Hey, wait, somebody gifted members. 5 bomb from my Mike. You are not getting me again, even though it's relevant to the joke right now. It is respect. It's relevant to the joke right now. I am not saying Mike Oxsmall. I'm not doing it. 5 gifted members. Thank you so much. Drink some water. I swear the water made it worse. And that takes us to 3:10. You guys have 17 minutes. 17 minutes. Yeah, I was definitely choking. That's what happens, guys. That's what happens. I mean, I don't think it's a coincidence that we started putting black Wii's on the screen, started talking about them, and I started choking and coughing. I mean, I just... that's just how it goes. You know, I'm just not used to it. Just... Trill has said Lono stop in all caps. He's like, come on, enough is enough. He's like, I've had enough, bro. Anyways, is that Nobunaga in the picture? I'm not sure. Somebody from one of the previews said that Nobunaga's in the game, though. So, we'll see. We will see. This man said he's not used to it. You're actually tweaking. Listen, as long as I don't have any of my invitations rescinded, I'm okay. I feel good about it. I feel good about the material. Kale says you have to ease it in. Kale, are you speaking from experience, Kale? Jiminy Christmas. Wait, Kale, don't you only ever order dark roast? If you guys have never ordered... if you've never ordered Reforge roast coffee, now would be a great time to do that. What did I come back to? Merry birthday. Happy Christmas. Happy birthday, gangs. Happy birthday. Weezy says, I'm head out. You already said that. Madam, come get your husband. I don't understand what everybody's so upset about. Nintendo confirms that not all Switch games will work on the Switch too. Yeah, FCAT, it's in the trailer. Yeah, they said that not all games will. They said that they'll have more information soon. So, yeah. Y'all crazy. If you guys want to see me stream with Madam Friday night, you guys are well within reach of the 500. You can extend the stream today. You got 14 more minutes to do it. Double check the $sign. See if you have a renewal. Those renewals count. You only need 40 more. You guys could easily get there. A single train, a 5-bomb train. Ganks wanted a 5-bomb train. Y'all are the best. What's AI say we're discussing? Viewers are reacting to Lono's, the streamer, reaction to a product called the Black Wii. Some viewers are amused by the product's name, while others are concerned about its possible implications. That's perfect. That is perfect. When AI just delivers the goods, you know? Oh, that's wonderful. Why you call a man out like that? What? Lono can't even talk. I mean, it's kind of what happens. Excuse me. Let's see here. Do we have any more comments? Are they playable? Yeah, that's a good comment. If you guys haven't watched the upload from last night about Ubisoft, be sure to check that out. Website has been super slow on greenlighting those. It might not have hit your feeds. If it didn't hit your feeds, we're going to try and do shorter uploads sometimes in the evenings. That's a great way to just meet new people, new viewers who typically aren't here during the day. And let's go to the next question. This one's from Dylan. This is what you can do when you are a member. I'll interact with all of your questions no matter what, but you can be featured if you're a member. So if you decide to support the channel directly, just make sure you pick Member Plus, all right? If you pick the $5, you're going to have to upgrade to the $6 if you want to get into all the content. You feel bad for Madam? Why do you feel bad for my wife? We have a great time. We're always laughing. Come on. Anyway, Dylan says, is there any concern about games being backwards compatible with Switch 2 games won't be at their full potential with the OG holding them back? Well, certainly I would expect a lot of the games to just largely run the same. Nintendo's not really in the business, I don't think, of like tapping a bunch of people to say, hey, can you update this? Can you update that? What you could see them do, though, there's a theme coming out recently of HD, the Luigi's Mansion HD. And then didn't they just do the Donkey Kong Country one? Is that one that just came out? Donkey Kong Country HD. Donkey Kong Country HD. Yeah, Donkey Kong Country Returns HD. I mean, I could see them doing that, maybe. You go back and you grab older games and you like, the Breath of the Wild HD. You know what I want? I want Mario Galaxy 1 and 2 HD on the Switch 2. I love Mario Galaxy 1. Oh my gosh. They're such great games. Man, if I could play those now. Again, co-op with Madam, 60 FPS. Give it to me. That's one of the reasons I loved Astrobot so much. It just reminded me of Mario Galaxy 1 and 2. We didn't like Odyssey nearly as much as Galaxy 1 and 2. So, that's how they could do it. People are really coping, expecting the Switch successor to be announced tomorrow, folks. It's not happening until March. They're trying to outsell the PS2, and they're going to use it as a stock boost right at the end of the fiscal year. It's plain as day to see. Can we get a community note on that? I can't reply to it? They blocked me. Who is that? I don't even know who that is. I've never interacted with this person before. They actually have a big channel. Wow. Oh, I love their thumbs are dope. They do a lot of Pokemon content. Yeah, I've never interacted with them before and they have me blocked. Yo! Oh, Super Gaming with the $2 super chat says, guess what? And a 20 bomb comes out of nowhere and takes us all the way to 330. I owe you guys a 5 bomb. You are now 20 away from extending the stream. Thank you, Super Gaming. You are the man. Here's the 5 that I owe you. Let's keep the train going. Yeah, I've never interacted with them before in my life. Have they ever talked about me? I don't understand why they have me blocked. They could have me blocked. They could have me blocked because of the stuff from 2020. It's always hard to know. When Reforge Gaming crushes Doc Dark's wish list items for the event. Oh, I gotta watch this. Hang on. I remember this. Look at Doc. Looking like a Puerto Rican Lex Luthor. Pause it, Twitter. Pause it. Or hang on a second. What's this man saying? Hang on.
Number 4. Show me something that's going to blow my mind graphically. Show me the power of the Series X.
You're not getting that, buddy.
Number 5.
I forgot about that clip, dude. I forgot about that clip. That is priceless. You're not getting that, buddy. Oh, crushing his dreams, dude. I want them to show off the power of the Series X. I'm like, you're not getting that, buddy. It ain't happening, bro. You know what's true, though? I was right. They didn't show jack squat about the Series X and its power. You know? They didn't do it. Oh, man. That's funny. Okay. It's out! Okay.
He's gonna read 6 weeks, take pictures again, and put something else up there that's
not so invasive. Oh, that'll be good. Is the bottom one in still?
Yeah.
Does it feel nice though to have it out? Yeah.
Skittles.
No candy for the boy. Yeah. Sorry, bud.
M&M and kisses.
Yeah, chocolate stuff that'll melt. Yeah.
You doing okay?
Yeah, we've been talking Switch 2 all day.
Did you order anything? Switch 2 all day.
Did I order anything? The Switch 2?
I was just wondering. You've been watching this.
I am not buying that Lego set, Mama. I'm not buying the Cullen's house.
I sent it to
Frick out of here.
friends and I said, Legos are too expensive. And then I said, also me.
What is the joke about Dudley?
No. Yeah.
What, tell somebody they're being a Dudley?
Yeah.
Oh. We've been reading the first Harry Potter, and we now decided that if somebody's being, like, grumpy, whiny, or like, unpleasant, we'll say that they're being a Dudley.
Say it about them.
I'm not a dummy.
He was being a Dudley this morning.
Don't be a Dudley.
You're not a Dudley. I mean a dummy.
Oh, yeah, that's what it was. You're not a dummy, you're a Dudley. That's what the joke was. Yeah. It's better. It's better. Yeah. He had an expander taken out.
So, come on, like and upgrade. Alright.
Madam says, like and upgrade and subscribe. We're trying to pay for this orthodontist work. P. Dudley. No, not P. Dudley. No.
Everyone needs to buy 2 bags of coffee that's in the stream right now.
She says, everybody has to buy 2 bags of coffee. Guys, we are 4 minutes away. 4 minutes away from 1 o'clock. Are you going to help out Super Gaming? All right? He tried to get you there, 350, and we'll extend. I'll go for another. We'll just keep going. We'll turn into an AMA. We'll turn into an AMA. Space Marine 2 hit 6 million players. Wow. Man, good for them. Leave it to the idiots at IGN to get the date wrong about the Switch 2. They said February the 4th. Well, because they probably watched the non-US trailer because that's how they do their dates. Yeah. They probably messed that up. Let me close all this stuff. And let's finish off these questions. You guys, the count's going down. You got 3 minutes to extend the stream. You're really close, thanks to Super Gaming and MASH and so many other super generous people today. I'll even throw in, if we hit the next super chat, three more on the super chat. Even Mr. Mike, even Mr. Oxmall has given some members today. So thank you so much, Mr. Oxmall. We appreciate you so much. Let's take another question here, and this is coming from Spider Senseless. Says, what would you consider the top 5 game franchises of our recent generation? This year is going to be a huge step. I feel we'll look back and wonder how we gamed so long. Of the recent generation, so like where we are right now, the top 5 franchises? I don't know. The top 5 franchises. Yo, what's good, Adam? It has been a while. Good to see you, dude. I was kind of annoyed at the lack of recognition for Space Marine. It's absolutely amazing. Did you guys see that middle-aged gamer guy is playing through the game with his wife, and he said that I was one of the reasons why they did it, because I kept talking about how much fun we were having. So Mag must watch the show and just not chat all that often. So, or maybe I tweeted about it. I'm not sure, but yeah, they're playing through together. Yeah. Good old Mike and his friend Mr. Hunt. That's right. Mr. Oxmall and Mr. Hunt are very good friends. So, Capcom has like 3 of those. That's a hard question. Yeah, I just don't know. Like, franchises, I'm like, I don't know. Soldier on music with 31 months. I need to play Space Marine. Space Marine 2 is awesome. It is awesome. I thoroughly enjoyed it on the PS5 Pro. It looks and runs incredibly well. I was very pleased with it. And I would imagine I'd have to do quite a bit with my current rig to get that level of performance that I got. My rig right now, I know for a fact, wouldn't have looked that good. There's just no stinking way. So, yeah. All right, you guys are up against the buzzer. Are we going to buzzer beat this thing? We're going to need some 5s, some 10s, some 20s, a bunch of signals. Let's see. You guys also check if you've got renewals. If you're at Member Plus or VIP, that adds to the total. You guys are going to need to scramble. I've got one more question here. As far as, I do want to answer this question from Spider Senseless. I'm going to give you guys like a slight stay of execution here. I'm going to give you a little bit of extra time if you want to extend the stream. Top 5 franchises. I'm just going to say like my top 5 games this gen. I probably would pick Returnal up at the tippity top. I still think Returnal is the best. I think it's the best game we've gotten this gen. There's always 2. Yeah, I like Returnal the most, I think. I've absolutely loved it. After that, I don't know. It's like a 3-way tie for me between Ragnarok, Forbidden West, and Ratchet and Clank. I think they were all excellent. I really like Stellar Blade. I really liked Astrobot. I don't know. It's hard. I can't pick a franchise because I feel like that's more difficult to pick. You know what I mean? Like, Final Fantasy's done amazing things with their MMO. FF16 was great, even though performance mode was disappointing. It was still a great game. Amazing cinematics, amazing soundtrack, amazing story. The FF7 reception of Remake and Rebirth. You know what I mean? I don't necessarily know if I can pick a franchise. No, Ghost. Ghost isn't this gen, though. Ghost of Tsushima is a PS4 game. If you ask me, we're talking about different questions. If you just ask me, like, my favorite games, it's like Hellblade, Returnal, Ghost of Tsushima. Like, you know, those are all at the tippy top. Both of the Ori games. But he was like, top 5 games or franchises this recent generation. Ghost of Tsushima is not really this gen. It's a PS4 game. So, do you know what I'm saying? It's a hard question to answer. All right, this is it. This is the last question. This is the last call. If we can boost this up, you guys need 20 more members. Let's see if you can do it. Thank you for all the likes, by the way. If you haven't hit the like count, you guys crushed it today. 500 likes would be a huge milestone. Take a quick second and double check that you've done the thumbs up. You guys have been killing it. Stonespire says, I don't know if you've covered this, but is it possible that the Zelda games get a 60 FPS boost on the Switch 2 at launch? I am hoping that they do that. Because, you know, Welfare Rockstar's asking me in the chat, are you going to play Tears on the Switch 2? I would start with Breath of the Wild if you want my honest opinion. I would probably start there and just replay it at 60. I mean, I loved that game. I love how it feels in the beginning, the discovery, the getting stronger. Oh, all the temples, all the puzzles. Being able to play that at 60 would just be, that would be a dream. It really, really would. It would be a dream. So that's where I would probably start. If, again, I'm hoping that they do some kind of an update, some kind of a patch, some kind of something where they are able to give us better performance. Yeah. Most of the latter Switch games were unlocked, just able to get constant 60. I think you would want it to be, you would want Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom to be locked at 60. You would. Add more questions? No. If you guys want to extend and get an AMA, you have a little bit of time here. I'm going to schedule Green Room. You have a handful of minutes. I'm going to schedule Green Room and set up redirect. You guys have done buzzer beaters before. Somebody comes in with a 20 bomb and saves the day. That's what this would need to be. Or a bunch of 5s. I am going to set it up right now, though. I'm checking on one thing, though. It still hasn't... Why is that still not turned on? That's so weird. Okay. I did a naughty PC thing. I can confirm Breath of the Wild is great at 60. I tried to set it up. I wanted to play it co-op. I wanted to do it co-op. There was like a co-op mod, and I couldn't get it to run well, Patrick. And I was like, I just gave up. Okay, Green Room, Member Plus, and VIP. 115. I'm setting it for 115, but we'll probably go over it in the next 2 minutes. All first parties should get that automatically. Them third parties are going to struggle because Nintendo only cares about their babies. I don't think that's true, Mr. Chosen. I don't think that's true. They bought a porting company called Shiver. Shiver is the company that ported Hogwarts Legacy and Mortal Kombat. So, Tears at 4K 60 was amazing. I bet it was. All right, I'm setting up redirect. Anything will do stay of execution. Anything. We'll see. I'm setting it up right now. It just saved. All right, let me get you guys a link. Hang on. Let me close this out here. All right, there's no more questions. Do you like what they showed? Yeah, so Adam, I did my initial response at the very, very beginning of the stream. I think it looks far more like a presentation of like an iPhone or like a tablet. It feels more sleek, more chic, more like a tech device than something else. No, that's definitely German. Oh my gosh, Ghost of the Garage Gaming! Haven't seen him for a couple of days, and he comes in and he says, "We're not done, boys." There it is. The buzzer beater. Can you greet me? Guten Tag. I can't speak German, though. I've seen your pictures, man. Always good to see you, Ghost in the Garage Gaming. He secures it. This friggin' guy, 350. There it is. I owe you guys more members. In that case, okay, so what we do now when this happens, now I'm going to clear the question command. You guys can submit, well, I'm not even going to clear it because Pac-Man did one, all right? Now it's an AMA. You guys can ask anything. It doesn't have to be about gaming. It can be about books, movies, my kiddos, family life, anything, right? Anything goes. It's an AMA. This is for you. Members, you can do that. If you just got a membership, congratulations. I'm going to bump the green room to 130. I'm going to bump it to 130. You guys got yourselves a little stay of extra content. Appreciate you so much. Ghost, you the man. Ghost in the Garage Gaming used to be in here like daily with like online MVP and others just dropping bombs. And this guy's been loving life and traveling and just having a great time. I believe we're going to be having dinner soon though. Yeah, next week. Are you coming next week to the dinner when Seeds is in town? We'll have to connect via DM. And a 5 bomb from Mike Beckett says, let's keep going. And he sets up a really, really easy 20 bomb leapfrog. Another 20 bomb will get us to 375, and I would owe you a 10 bomb. Thank you so much for continuing the train, Mr. Mike Beckett. I'm going to hold off. If we get to 375, I'll drop the 10 bomb. We'll see if another 20 bomb comes in to just leapfrog. Sometimes we do that. All right, here we go. Questions for the AMA. Pac-Man on a Bike says, as someone who doesn't want to go back and play God of War on the PS4, do you think playing Ragnarok now on PS Plus would be recommended? I know most of the story from hanging out here. Oh my gosh, no. Yeah, we talked about Derby. Well, Seeds is going to be here next week and we're going to dinner. If you want to come into the city, if you want to come to Louisville, you should join us. Yeah, I've got the date set. It's next week on Wednesday. So if you're free, you should come into town and you should come hang. And we definitely need to do Derby. I'm holding you to it. I've lived here for 23 years. I've never gone to the Derby, homie. If you can hook it up, my wife would love to come too. Hook it up, bro. I'll get a babysitter. We've never gotten to go. That would be incredible. That would be such a blessing. We've just never gotten. We just can't justify it. It's really, really tough. But that'd be awesome. And if you can come to town next week for dinner, that'd be amazing too. Yeah, Pac-Man on a Bike. Dude, God of War 2018 on PS5, it's 60 FPS, 4K checkerboard. I feel like you gotta play it. I feel like you gotta play it, man. God of War 2018 is so stinking good. I can't see not getting to interact with Baldur from beginning to end. The Baldur scenes, I feel like that's such a disservice to skip God of War 2018. Derby on Millionaires Row be a blast. Dude, that would be seriously like otherworldly for us. That would be like taking us to the top floor of the castle. Like that would be awesome, man. Seriously. That would be huge. But yeah, I feel like Pac-Man on a Bike, you gotta play God of War 2018, man. You just do. It's so good. It's so good. It won't feel dated at all. Zubair is correct. At the 4K checkerboard, 60 FPS, the gameplay, the combat, all of it, it'll feel phenomenal. What a missed opportunity. I just don't miss out. Don't miss out. I like Louisville during Derby because people pimp out the front yard for parking spots. They do. They totally do. Yeah. Jay, you thought 2018 was better than Ragnarok, huh? There's another reason to play it. Pac-Man on a Bike. Guys, make sure you're smashing the like button. We've had a huge day, and we need like 36 more. 36 more likes. Keep smashing it. And let's take these questions. These questions are all over the place because this is now a members-only AMA. You unlocked it, you gifted, you upgraded, you did all the things. Thank Mr. Ghost in the Garage Gaming for securing the extension with his 20 bomb. And Trill Troll says, I might have missed it, What do you think of the Daredevil trailer? I love it. I watched it without sound. I watched it with sound last night with Madam. We watched the first episode of Penguin. 10 out of 10. Oh my gosh. But we checked out the Daredevil trailer. Music's incredible. The organ. I was super glad to see my boy Johnny Bernthal in there as Mr. Frank Castle. I can't wait. Vincent D'Onofrio and Charlie Cox are just I think they're in their, I'm going to say it, I think they're in their prime in those roles. I really do. I just love it. I love the vibe, you know. I love how he got out his what's his weapon? What do they call his weapon? It's like batons, but like with I heard that hesitation. Yeah, Vince D'Onofrio. What's his weapon called officially? What's it called? Because it's got like, it's almost like he has like a rope and he can fling it out and retract it. What would you call that? I don't know what his weapon's officially called, but he has it in the trailer. He uses it in the trailer. I'm excited. I'm very, very excited. Yeah. A new creed rises over Japan. Assassin's Creed Shadows available March 2025. So Assassin's Creed's officially tweeting. It's called a Tonfa. A Tonfa is a melee weapon with origins armed component in Okinawan martial arts. It's also known as the Tunkua. No. That's not it. No. These are Tonfas. He uses Tonfas. I'm talking about the one where like it's the two and they're connected by almost like a chain or a string, and he can throw the one out and then retract it with the chain or the string. What's that called? Is it just a modified billy club? Does it not have an official name? Yeah, he uses Tonfas, but he's not using the Tonfa in the, it's a Kaiogetsu Shoge? Kaiogetsu Shoge. That's a knife. No, that's the blade on a rope knife thing. That's like the Kasurigama. It's not a Kasurigama, and it's not a Kaiogetsu Shoge. It's like nunchucks, but not. It's like a hybrid. He carries a billy club as Matt Murdock. He keeps it disguised as a blind man's cane. It's actually a two-part weapon. The lower section's a straight. No. Daredevil has a weapon. He has a weapon that looks like this. Open image in a new tab. This thing. What is this thing called? He's got two of them, or maybe it's just one. He's got two of them, and it's on this long string, and he can like throw it out and retract it. Is it a form of billy club? Is that all it is? It's a 3-section staff. Yeah, this thing. It's basically like a jump rope. Modified billy club. Okay. It's not Tonfas. That is not a Tonfa. That's not like the Tonfa has. It's a billy club with like a side handle. These are basically just like batons that are attached by a string or a chain or something. Okay, so you would just call this a modified. It's called a Sensetsukan. All right, hang on a second. Setsukan. Well, that's a three chained, yeah. That's not exactly what we're looking for either. It's just a long nunchuck. Yeah, I don't think it has an official name because the Sunsetsukan is a 3-section staff. He might use that. I'm not talking about that. So I'm not talking about I'm not talking about Tonfas. I'm not talking about his staff that he can turn to his 3-section staff. I'm literally talking about the billy club jump rope thing that he uses. Daredevil's billy club is the personal weapon. So they refer to it as a billy club. It's like a nunchuck with this long, like, retractable chain thing in between. Okay. It doesn't have an official name. Got it. Okay. 1, 2, Devil's coming for you. That's good. That's good. Just modified. Yeah, it's Daredevil Billy Club. It's been modified. Okay, there we go. Yeah, like when we saw the Ghost of Yote trailer and we looked up like the Kasurigama or some of the ones you guys have put in chat today, that's always interesting to me to like look up the actual name. His is just some kind of modified twin Billy Club setup with a chain-like rope thing in between that can also retract. He retracts it in the trailer. He throws it out. He hits the guy, whoosh, and he like zoop, it like comes back and he like does some weird thing with it. So, yeah. Anyway. Genghis Khan submits a question. We're doing a members-only AMA right now, and he says, what crypto do you own? None. I did not get into crypto. I know some people did, and they made a ton of money. I did not. And there's also people that got into it, and they lost a ton of money. So, yeah, I didn't. We got a question here from Deity Anubis. Any open world co-op game recommendations? Can someone help here? This is something I've wanted for a very long time. I would have loved it if Immortals Phoenix Rising was co-op. Assassin's Creed Shadows is going to be getting a co-op update codenamed League. That'll be an open world co-op game that I'm hoping is amazing, especially with the 2 different characters. My favorite co-op games are not open world. What meme coin did you lose money on? I've not lost any money on Bitcoin, crypto, NFTs. I didn't do any of that crap. Yeah. My favorite co-op games are the Borderlands 1 and 2 and all the DLC. It Takes Two. Cat Quest. Gotham Knights. Path of Exile 2, no. Yeah, Diablo 3 would maybe be the closest that I've played. People in chat are saying maybe Monhun, Pow World. Those would be open world co-op. Yeah. Valheim was really enjoyable. No, I did not buy any Hawk Tuah coin. GTA Online. Yeah, I guess if you do private lobby. No couch co-op. Yeah, not couch. Yeah. No Man's Sky's open world. That's true. Not really a huge emphasis on co-op. I know recently they've added it, but it still doesn't feel like a co-op game to me. Whatever happened to Valheim? I don't know. I feel like it's still trundling along. Suicide Squad. Madam and I really liked Kill the Justice League until the very end. We were having a perfectly fine time with Kill the Justice League. Yeah, Avatar has co-op. I've actually been meaning to try Avatar's co-op with Madam. I wonder if it's any good. I wonder if we would like it. I don't know. I wonder if that would help with some of my frustrations with like the hunting and stuff. That might be a really, really fun members incentive for a stream one night. Make Madam and I play Avatar co-op. That would be really funny to watch us like try to hunt and be stealthy together. I'm sure the arguments and the debates would be hysterical. That could be a really fun member incentive. V Rising is fun co-op. Everyone's overlooking Minecraft. Yeah, there's Minecraft. Again, when you say co-op game, I feel like they want the game's identity to somewhat revolve around co-op instead of a game that you can just play with, you can happen to play with your friends. I feel like there's a difference, but so this game has no business being this good. Marvel Rivals comment. Yeah. Brick and Pieces says, hey, hello, how are you? Let's see. Garrett Green with a question, and this is something you guys can do as a member. You can have your question featured. If you want to support the channel directly, click join. Just make sure you pick Member Plus. You guys have the power to continue extending the stream, by the way. We would need... I'll actually do it. I'll do it for $375. Yeah, 20 more. If we do $375, we'll keep it going. We'll keep the members AMA going. You guys have 10 minutes. 10 minutes to get another 20 members going. You can do renewals, upgrades, gifts. Those all count. What do you predict will be the most intensive game that could run natively on the rumored PlayStation handheld? Okay, well, here's the deal with running natively, okay? Jez Corden said the Nintendo Switch 2 is an Xbox. It is. Here's the thing with running natively. I don't think the PlayStation Portal is going to be heavily focused on running natively. I don't. I think the PlayStation Portal is going to be... not the PlayStation Portal, sorry, the PlayStation Portable, right? I think it's going to be a 1080 device that leverages PSSR. I think it'll be constantly upscaling games to 1080. Now, you might be saying run natively as in, like, it's not running cloud, it's not running remote. That's what you mean. I just want to stress, though, that if this PlayStation Portal... if this PlayStation handheld is real, I believe they had a breakthrough with PSSR, and you'll be playing games like Ragnarok at 1080. They'll drop the internal down to 720, which will give them tons of headroom. Because you got to imagine, God of War 2018 ran on a PlayStation 4. So it would need to be slightly stronger than that, or maybe equal to that, and then leverage the PSSR to get all the headroom. Like if you were able to go into God of War on a PS4 and drop the resolution to 720, you probably could get 60 FPS, but it wouldn't look very good. Right? I don't know. I feel like they had... My spidey sense says they had a breakthrough with PSSR. It could be related to this Project Amethyst with AMD, and they're going to kind of hit the ground running. They're going to have a portable that can run PS5 games and install them right there. And then Project Amethyst will also be heavily present on the PS6. Should I kick my son out because he wants to only play games on PC or give him wedgie? I don't know why. Why do you care if he wants to play on PC? My nephew plays Rainbow Six Siege on PC like all of the time. He loves playing on PC. I don't care if you won't play on PC. I've never had anything against PC. It's the people that get weird. It's the It's the people that get weird about it. It's the people that get like copy message. I'm saving an article that somebody sent me. It's the people that get all like PC Master Race and I don't know. It's been an interesting experience switching to variety coverage and leaning away from a game I used to cover full time and a platform that was like my main platform. It's been an interesting experience getting attacked by people who claim to be gamers and care about gaming, and they just seem to care more about being unkind. It's just been a very, very interesting experience. I think there's a lot of people who use content creation in video games to unhealthily work through really, really deep-seated mental problems. And the way that, the way that people attacked, even when I covered Destiny, the way that people would attack me, it's always just weird. It's just been a weird experience. So, yeah. I don't have a problem with PC or PC people. It's the people that I don't like tribalist in either direction. Ponies, Xbots, and PC Master Race guys, I find them all to be very... I have a disdain for them. I get pretty annoyed by them. Rip David Lynch. Are you serious? January is a tough month. January is a tough month for that. A lot of people kind of hold on for One Last Christmas. Yeah, Variety reported it 3 minutes ago. He's passed away. 78? Super prolific, super creative guy. Oh my gosh. Wow. Man, oh man. Let's take another question here. Baked Bean says, with the gesture mouse feature on Switch 2, I feel more confident on a new Mario Paint or updated new Mario Maker. Thoughts? Maybe Zelda Dungeon Maker? I mean, you could certainly see mechanics and puzzles utilize it. Well, maybe not. It'd be kind of weird to be playing like Zelda and have to like take the Joy-Con off and like put it on the ground. So put it on a table or something. Yeah, there's probably going to be games. They'll probably have like an actual Joy-Con pad that you can get, like a mouse pad, that helps with detection or something. So yeah, there could be games like that, like a Mario Paint or something like that. Do you guys remember Mario Music with like the keyboard that you could, and you'd like pick the different sounds, like make your own music and stuff? That one was really fun. Guys, in 5 minutes, we're going to go to the green room. I'm going to quickly try to get through these questions. You can keep the members AMA going if you want. I lowered it this time. If we get this to 375, you'll be set for tomorrow. It'll be very easy to hit the goal. 20 more. All right, we'll see if you guys can get one more 20 bomb at the dunker save or a bunch of 5s. You guys can extend the stream. I've been putting the stream in your hands and saying, we can keep going if you want. And we're going to do that right now with a question from Stone Spire. Since Daredevil is getting a reboot, does that mean the rest of them will? Punisher, Iron Fist? It's not a reboot. Yeah. No, it's not a reboot because they're referencing everything that's already happened. I think the name might be throwing you, Stone Spire. I think they're calling it that because he basically was like, I'm not doing this anymore, and he's not going to have a choice. Right? I think he felt like he needed to stop or walk away. I kind of need to rewatch. Where can you rewatch Daredevil right now? Can you watch anywhere? I don't think it's a reboot though, because they're in the trailer. They're referencing everything that's happened up to that point. That wouldn't be a reboot. It's a continuation of the story. I think Reborn is referring to the fact that he was like, I don't want to do this anymore. But then in the trailer, he talks about how there's something else that he believes. He doesn't just believe in grace. He believes in retribution. So it's like he's going to be reborn as Daredevil. Or is it called Born Again? Am I getting the name wrong? MASH. You son of a gun. You're supposed to be done for the day and the week. MASH with the 20 bomb comes in and saves the day. Says, K, I'm checked in. This monster. There it is. I owe you a 10 bomb, and we're going to keep it going all the way to 2 o'clock. This freaking madman. It's a reboot of a reboot. Yeah, what's it called? I thought it was Reborn, or is it called Born Again? It's a reboot of a reboot. What's it called? I thought it was Daredevil Reborn. Daredevil Reborn, or is it Born Again? Oh, no, it's Born Again. I'm sorry. I got the name wrong. My bad. Born Again. Yeah, Born Again is not meant to communicate reboot. It's to communicate his journey. Yeah, they have a trailer for it on Daredevil. Can you watch the earlier seasons? Can you watch the earlier seasons right now? Is that possible? Here's the 10 bomb that I owe you guys. All right, if we're going to go to 2 o'clock, I need to take a super, super brief break because I'm going to be dancing in the seat if not. There's the 10 bomb that I owe you. Right now, there is one more question, and then I'm going to clear the question command so you guys can get a reset on the queue count. What's your first big release of 2025 you plan to deep dive into, not just on stream, but during your personal time? I am really hoping Eternal Strands delivers the goods. Eternal Strands demo next week. I'm going to play that. I am hoping it delivers on the goods. It looks like it could be like a really, really fun time. So probably Eternal Strands. There's also right now a demo of Kazan First Berserker, and I really liked the beta when I played it. Oh, you can rewatch it on Disney. Okay, thank you guys. When we finish Penguin Season 1, we might rewatch those seasons as a lead up to the new season because I'm not going to remember anything. That feels like it was so long ago. When was Daredevil Season 1 Season 1 release date? When was that? 2015. That's 10 years ago. Oh my gosh. I'm going to have to rewatch it. I don't remember anything. That was a decade ago. That's insane that much time has passed, boys. Okay, I'm going to hit some ads. We got another, MASH got you another 30 minutes of stream. We're extending right now. Members only AMA. Ask me anything. Use the question command. It doesn't have to be about video games. I'll be right back to answer your questions. Y'all are the best. I'll be right back. Do you guys have toy pet peeves? Like, as a dad, I have these toy pet peeves. Like, the kiddos were just asking me to, like, my daughter's like, oh, say hi to this toy or whatever. Those sticky, gooey, gross toys that after, like, a day, they're covered in, like, dirt, hair, and lint. I just hate those toys. They're gross. I feel like I'm touching every dirty flora in the world in a moment. They're just gross. They're gross. I'll buy everyone who likes this post their own Switch 2, if true. No Switch 2 announcement. I don't owe you people. My bank account is saved. Huh? So is he claiming? Why is he claiming that there wasn't a Switch 2 announcement? There was. Why is he saying this? There totally is. What's his name? All right, let's look him up. What do you need, bud? Oh, go ahead. You can close it. He said, I may have just been hit with the funniest community note of all time. He promised everyone who liked a Switch 2. Pay up, bucko. Now the Switch 2 is announced. I have big giveaways to announce, including the Switch 2 itself, all major new Switch 2 titles, 1,000 eDrop cards. I'll be talking about it extensively tonight. So, I wonder, Nintendo actually posted this. He says, Nintendo, what the F? Delete this right now. He said, what the F, dude? Delete this. He promised everyone who liked the Switch 2, pay up, bucko. He said this 16 hours ago, right? All right, hang on. My reaction, engagement farm according to X's rules, not a joke, is prohibited. Oh, did he get community noted for promising it? I'll bet everyone a Switch 2 if true. I'm liking it. I want one. Yeah, you now own this contract. This right here is a contract. I'll buy everyone who likes this post their very own Switch 2 if true. There we go. I liked it. So 369. So by the time, let's just softball this, right? Let's just softball this. So like if 500,000 people end up liking it and it does end up being $450, he is going to have to spend, right? Let me copy this. Let me copy this number. Let's see. In words. $225 million. If the like count gets to 500,000, right? Oh, it was 16 hours before the announcement. Yeah. If his like count gets to 500,000, he'll need to have $225 million to buy everybody the Switch. So I hope he's saving his pennies. The sad part is Elon could actually do that. I mean, but would you want to? VR developer Soul Assembly has let go 15% of its staff. What are they known for? What's the VR games they're known for? They're the developers behind Just Dance VR. Oh, well, that's a bummer. All right, guys, the question queue is totally wide open, and MASH extended you guys all the way until 2 o'clock. We got 22 minutes. You can submit any questions you want right now. AMA, personal questions, movie questions, book questions. You can ask gaming questions, too. All this AI stuff from Microsoft. Helldivers announces a new major order. Another video game published by EA is shut down. What game are they talking about? Roy McIlroy PGA Tour has shut its online services down. When did it release? It released in 2015. Yeah, I mean, shutting down a game's on. They're not shutting the game down. They're shutting down on. It says here, EA shuts down the online services for multiple games a year. So it's no longer going to have an online functionality. That doesn't mean the game's shutting down. Right? Can you still play the game? It's just the online function shutting down. It's 10 years old. What was your most recent interesting read that you recommend? I mean, I really enjoyed the first book in Stormlight Archive. So that one was called The Way of Kings. I really liked it. Super thick book, and he's still, it's Brandon Sanderson. He's still working on it. He just published, I think, 5. I think it's going to go all the way to 6. He's a super nice guy. Everybody seems to really like him. He's the one who finished out The Wheel of Time for Robert Jordan. Leviticus. Yeah, so that, in the way of fiction, I would say that one really, really liked Way of Kings. I'm like 25% of the way through Oathbringer. I think it's Oathbringer, the second book. So yeah, I really like that one. I mean, the books I read that are about my faith, I'm really enjoying the John Walton book that I'm reading that talks about how the cultural and contextual and linguistic understanding of Genesis 1 and 2 has been largely misunderstood. It's not about material things taking place. He does an excellent job breaking down all of those bad reads, which makes a lot more sense about why some of it just doesn't seem... He's really good about showing like it's not meant to be a scientific treatise, and it's also not commentating on material things. It's been very, very good. I'm about halfway through that. Yeah. For the book club that I'm taking a tiny break from right now until we get back from our trip in February, I wasn't going to be able to go to a couple of weeks, and I didn't want to like go for like 1 or 2 weeks and then miss everything else. I've been taking a bit of a break. We read a great book that I really enjoyed on the Trinity. It was really, really good. I like that one quite a bit. So Joker Quinn says, what is the best concert you've ever been to? Man, I still go back to Jimmy Eat World in not a big location, and they did 20 minutes of sound tests, and every song sounded like I was listening to the album. They did such great care with the sound test. It sounded incredible. I've been to more August Burns Red concerts than any other band, and then Project 86 as well. Getting to go to that like event and hang out with Andrew Schwab was really, really cool. I really, really liked it. What's it called again? I think it's called The Lost World of... his first one I think is called The Lost World of Genesis, and this one's The Lost World of Adam and Eve, I think. Yeah, The Lost World of Adam and Eve. He's just really, really good about showing how much we fundamentally have misunderstood those books. They're not meant to be rigidly read, literally read, materialistically read. That's not what it's saying. That's not how the people that read them or heard them read or wrote them, that's not how they would understand them. The language used, the vocabulary used, the cultural, there's something called near context and far context, and how, like, if you're not from a city and somebody said, yeah, you'll have to take the 5 to the 10, you're like, I don't know what that is. Well, they do. So if you don't have the near context, you don't understand what they're saying. And that's something that he really stresses, is that there's like a lot of linguistic things and cultural things that are baked in that we misread because we don't have the near context. We don't get it. We don't understand what they're saying. So we read it in our context and we mess it up. Oh, you got the Lost World Genesis for your dad for Christmas? That was the first one I read of him, of John Walton, and it blew my mind. It was excellent. I'm working my way through this one. I've got another one on the Flood that Lone Wolf sent me. I believe Talika sent me the one that I'm reading right now, and I really like it. It very much, right, it very much frees you from a fight that people fought for years that's not worth fighting. It's like, you mean billions of years old universe wasn't created in literal 7 days? Right. So I think it's very, very helpful in seeing the intention of those documents were never meant to be understood the way that people have understood them. So I've enjoyed it. You know, that's not obviously I don't make content and get into those debates here, but I mean I've been pretty open with you guys about that kind of stuff. And yeah, that's been a book I've been really enjoying. I've got so many books that I want to get to. I've got 3 of my own books that I want to write that I just don't have any time for. I have 10 chapters sketched, titled, and outlined for one book about tech integration and how we integrate with tech and what it does to us. Observing how, like, my generation integrated tech into our life. I didn't grow up with it. You know, I grew up before all this, so, you know, I was in my 20s and integrated tech into my life, and now tech's automatically integrated in what that does to us. That's the one I've sketched out and thought through the most. Yo, V-Game Veteran pokes the line, and that's an Agent of Chaos, actually. That's 376. Oh, whoa. There, what am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing? Let me just cancel. What happened? There we go. But I was not, like, that was so confusing. I was hitting the keys and it wasn't typing what I was hitting. I don't know what was happening. I have a lot of credits on Audible. It's ridiculous. I always buy the audio version alongside the book in case busy car or in-flight listen. I got, there was a really, really great steal on Audible MASH it was incredibly long because it was literally everything. It was and I listened to a bunch of it on a recent road trip and I absolutely loved it. It just felt so rich and good. It was C.S. Lewis Essential Audio Library. It is, hang on, it's downloading right now. It's like everything. It's like all of his books. It's ridiculous. All in one thing. Like you use one credit to download it, and it's like a ridiculous amount of books. And I listened to it. I didn't even finish it. I got into like his. Let me see where I ended up. Hang on. I ended up in Why I'm Not a Pacifist is when I stopped. And then it was going to get into George MacDonald stuff. I stopped there. But it's literally anything you could think of that he's written. So Mere Christianity, The Screwtape Letters, The Great Divorce, Miracles, The Problem of Pain, A Grief Observed, The Abolition of Man, The Weight of Glory, and then the George MacDonald stuff. All in one thing. It's ridiculous how much is in that one. The essential works of C.S. Lewis. If you're interested in his stuff, it's all there. I really enjoyed it. JW with 47 months wanted to push confetti, but YouTube keeps bugging out at me saying I already bought this item. Anyway, almost 4 years. JW, somebody said that the other day that they couldn't super chat. I don't know if you need to refresh or what, but that puts us at 377. 377. Get 400 going into tomorrow. You guys will have an easy Friday. Stonespire says, what are your thoughts on the rumored X-Files reboot without Gillian or David? I'm actually okay with this. I don't think it would necessarily work all that well to bring them back. I mean, I love them both, but I don't think it would work. Like, they could make cameo appearances or something high up, have them as like high up directors, or maybe not that. They've made changes to Ember Knight's Architect fight. What's Architect fight? It's an experimental branch. Oh, it seems like it's probably some kind of a like a horde mode for Ember Knights. And Rich Rod bumps the line as well and gives us a 378. You're the best, Rich Rod, the true first man himself. Yeah, I just don't know if I would want them to come back. Is it a reboot, though, or are they just doing a new series? Here's the biggest problem with doing stuff like that, though, all right? My wife and I watched, Jordan Peele's Twilight Zone, and it was terrible. And there were a lot of people that attributed to Jordan not being in control enough, because he's actually very, very brilliant and a good writer and director, and he wasn't in control enough. I think people do a really bad job with the paranormal when they try to get to... The problem with the Twilight Zone Jordan Peele series was it tried to get too social commentary intermingled with the paranormal. Rod Serling was a lot better about this. Rod Serling would attempt to do things in a way that would make you question a social assumption or a social norm. Rod Serling would not tell you that it was wrong. He would set up scenarios that would make you question it. He was very, very good about that. It wasn't every episode, but Rod Serling was very much wanting to use the art form of television and the art form of storytelling to make people think about social issues. Like, he really was very much against racism. He was raised Jewish, so he had sort of a higher value standard of, like, there was right and wrong, there's a higher being. Like, those were sort of baked in to his view of the world and the way he viewed things. In his stories, sometimes that comes out. I've kind of wanted to rewatch everything and even, like, write a book and do, like, the theology of Twilight Zone. Like, there's, like, baked in beliefs and higher values within Twilight Zone that I think makes for better storytelling. Anyways, he did a really good job with that. Jordan Peele's Twilight Zone, a lot of the times, it was literally preaching at me. I was like, what are you doing? Like, this isn't good storytelling. Good storytelling is not, you need to do better, Senator. Like, it's got to be, I don't know if subtlety works on that stuff anymore. It's not a matter of works. It's a matter of what hurts the story and what helps the story. Star Trek The Next Generation and The Twilight Zone, I think, are probably the best examples of how to do it in a way where you're not saying what's right or wrong. You're asking the question to make somebody consider it. Instead of just beating somebody over the head and being like, hey, just in case you didn't know it, racism's wrong, okay? And you're like, thanks? Like, yeah, So I think that's always the danger, is a lot of the times those paranormal shows, those sci-fi shows, they want to do that. They want to hold up a mirror to society and do commentary, and they end up doing a really bad job. So my worry would be that they'll go that way with X-Files. And it's like, please don't. Please don't. Like, you don't need to do that. I mean, one of the first hints of it would be if they try to go girl boss. Like, because the great thing about Fox Mulder and Scully, Dana Scully, the great thing about their characters is they were equals in intellect, but they differed in their views. So they both were equals in intellect, and he would lean on her intelligence often because she was smarter than him in certain areas. Her analysis, her factual nature, her rigidity was perfect. It was a perfect balance for his character. So they were equals in intellect, but they were different in their view of the world, which makes for a great show. So, and I know the show starts and she's not his, like, he's like her superior and he's been in it longer, but they never made that a part of the show. They never made it like he was bossing her around or was in charge. So I don't think there needs to be some disruption of power in the new show where you're going to have a guy and a girl and you got to make sure the girl's, like, tough and, one-upping the guy and stuff. I think you can do that in ways that you don't need to beat the viewer over the head. But my concern would be is that somebody's going to get a hold of the show and the script and want to do that. We got to make sure the audience knows that she's a competent, strong, confident woman. Oh, for frick's sake, we don't need that anymore. We get it. And that was never needed in the first show either. If anything, there were a lot of times that he's wrong or incorrect or not seeing things properly, and she's correct. She's more factual. She's more intelligent at times, it seems, than him. Which makes for a great show. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I don't know who the showrunners are, who the writers are. I don't know any of that. But I actually am totally okay with them not doing anything with Gillian Anderson or David Duchovny, as much as I like both of them. Fuzzy with 38 months. What happens when the Switch 2 launches with Silk Song Bundle? Shut up. And that bumps the line to $379. One away from $380. Thank you, Fuzzy. If you like short stories, the kind of stories to look into is Ted Chiang. He has 2 main books, Stories of Your Life and Others and Exhalation. 2 of my favorite books, both collections of short stories. I don't know if I've ever really gotten into short stories reading. I like short stories, obviously, in TV. I think Twilight Zone is one of the best television shows ever made for that reason. Yo, Jerry says, hola, just tuning in. What did I miss? All kinds of discussion about the Nintendo Switch. We are now in a members-only AMA. We've got 5 minutes left. 5 minutes left. I'll let you guys extend again if it hits 400. If we hit 400 members, and you can obviously add to that total with your renewals. So don't always double check to see if you have a renewal. Also double check if you've hit the like button. We're only 14 likes away from 500. You guys have crushed it today. I was a little worried about covering Nintendo and it not being a waiting room. I thought if we just tried to cover the actual trailer, that we would not get great results. So thank you everybody who showed up today and made it a strong day. And then extending like this is really, really fun. So I personally enjoy it quite a bit. Raphael says, considering your knowledge in theology, do you believe in the Illuminati? I mean, my degree in theology and my master's in counseling doesn't give me a whole lot of help here. Jerry makes it tantalizing at 380, a 20 bomb to do one more stream extension. Thank you very much, Jerry. My degrees don't really give me the ability to comment on this in a particular way. I would say that at some level, I think situations like this are... Mash, you son of a gun. You're supposed to be gone for the day. And a 20 bomb from Mash. People are going to be over there in the green room like, what the frick's going on? Let me bump it to 230. There you go. There we go. We're going to keep going. An absolute madman. That's right. I mean it. This is one of the reasons why I keep stressing folks have got to consider picking their own memberships up, man. They really do. We are like really, really blessed to have somebody that generous. We really are. And that we can't count on that to always be there. It's just not reasonable. Yo, Biggie with the Agent of Chaos pushes us to 401. Thank you so much, Biggie. That really is one of the reasons why we're stressing so much, like people bumping up to Member Plus and picking up their own memberships. Anyway, back to your question. Do I believe in the Illuminati? I don't believe that there is some all-powerful cabal, there's no like deep state all-powerful cabal behind everything, planning everything, orchestrating everything. I don't believe that. I believe that there are people that are in positions of power that are driven by wanting money and more power. And I believe they navigate those relationships to keep things, they don't want people to know. And what I think happens is I'm trying to think of an analogy. Right, okay. So imagine that you put your hand on a wall and you hear rumbles, and you think on the other side of this wall, there is certainly 10 gorillas just waiting to burst through. I can feel the rumbles. I can hear the sounds, right? You know, you got your hand on the wall and you can feel it. But what's on the other side of the wall is not that, right? There's something on the other side of the wall that's close to that, but not that. Like, I feel like that's what happens is you can kind of put your fingers on the rumblings of, like, there's something here, but I don't think it's what people claim. Julio with 37 months in a VIP. Way too many months, but I guess I only need another 32 and I'm set. Thank you so much, Julio. Bumps the line to 402. You know what I mean? I feel like there's people in positions that control things and have a lot of money and have a lot of sway and have a lot of power. I don't believe there's some like secret society, secret handshake, hidden cabal of people. I just don't think so. Nintendo has officially announced the Nintendo Switch 2, while the announcement has essentially no details whatsoever other than what it looks like. Hard Drive says, what's the joke? Here's everything Kotaku knows about Switch 2 emulation. Hey! Trash Bandicoot says, all right, I'll do it. And that counts as 2. Upgrades count as 2. That gets us to 404. Upgrades to Member Plus. I mean it. If I got 50 people a day to do that on like an upgrade train, that to me is equal to the big bombs and the big member trains. I mean it. If we can get people to do that in greater numbers, that is huge for us. That is so important for what we do. So thank you, Trash Bandicoot, for doing that. Lono is part of it? Yeah. I'm not allowed to say it, so I have to act like it doesn't exist. That's right. Reasons people I asked since I joined the Freemasons, a lot of people put false claims on the internet. Yeah, I know people that are attached to or have been in proximity with Masons, Freemasons, and there are certainly lots of bizarre theories, stories, and claims. Here's what I tend to think. I tend to think any organizations like that, there are oddities, there's weird things, there's fringe fanatics, there's weird stuff, right? And I think what happens is people can put all that together and you end up with this like Picasso-like conspiracy of like all these weird things, and they try to claim, look at this. It's like, yeah, maybe. It's just mega wealthy people. Right. I genuinely feel like a lot of the times it's just like rich dudes being rich dudes, and people piece together conspiracy like, to me it looks like a Picasso painting. It's like, well, you've got pieces and you can sort of make the shape of something, but I'm never really compelled. I'm like, yeah, probably not. So yeah. I also think we live in a time where conspiracy theories are really, really, really easy to trick people. They really are. This is funny. This is a funny meme. Surely I'm not the only one with this vibe with the Switch 2's Joy-Cons. So the original Star Trek, you know, the colors with the black trim. And then when they switched to the black with the colored trim. That's good. That's good meme. That's good meme creation. Well done. Freemasons are real. No, I know they're real. They have a huge plot of land on a road that we drive by all the time. So I think now more than ever, it's really, really easy. Really, really easy to put together conspiracy theories. What? The Kentucky Department of Revenue will have a temporary pause in operations during our system transition period beginning on February the 26th. It'll be 2 to 3 weeks as our teams transition. Oh my gosh. They're like, file early so you don't get a delay. sure. Earlier, does Sony still see Xbox as a competitor? Thank you, Alex, for $2. That's an interesting question, Alex. Yes and no. It's Schrodinger's. It's like Schrodinger's cat. It's Schrodinger's competitor. They are both simultaneously a competitor while also not being a competitor. Okay? Here's what I mean. They don't view them as a competitor with respect to their business strategies have so fundamentally shifted. They're no longer like competing and trying to do the same thing. Does that make sense? They're no longer racing after the same carrot. They're not. So in that respect, not a competitor. Microsoft and Xbox have set their sights on a completely different end goal. So in that respect, they are not racing against each other. But they are also still competitors in this respect. PlayStation is not going to start putting their games on that platform because that would be damaging to the brand from that viewpoint. Does that make sense? Think of it this way. Xbox has said those were formerly our competitors. They are now platforms for us to sell our stuff on. PlayStation is saying, you were formerly a competitor, but I'm not going to put my stuff on you. I'm not going to put my content over there. So, you know what I mean? Like, I think it's both. It's like, yeah, I don't think PlayStation sees them as a competitor anymore because Xbox has basically come out and said, you know, no, like, we're not even competing with them. We're just going to put our games over there. So PlayStation's probably like, yeah, they're not our competitor anymore. But they also are. It's like I said, it's Schrodinger's competitor. They both are and they are not. You know what I mean? You tried to mod Breath of the Wild, pirate confirmed, take off the mask. I own the game, so no, I am not in favor of piracy. I'm not in favor of software theft. I think these titles going to PlayStation conversations must have happened that has resulted in PlayStation knowing more about what Xbox is doing than we do. Strongly doubt they are seen as a competitor. They are not seen as a competitor, but they are also still seen as a competitor. I do not think that PlayStation is going to conclude, well, they're not a competitor, so let's put our stuff over there. I mean it. I just don't think so. I do not think so. I don't think that's... I honestly don't know if that will ever happen. I don't know if PlayStation will ever get to the point where they say, yeah, we can totally put our stuff over there. We don't got to worry about those guys. They're not our competitor anymore. Mm-mm. The concept of cross-shopping is more important than competitors. I'm not sure what you mean. If it made financial sense, I'm sure PlayStation would put the titles on there, but it doesn't, so they won't. And it making financial sense, Tommy, is like multi-layered, isn't it? It's not just the cost of porting. It's not just the number of sales on the platform pitted against the cost of porting, right? They could probably port certain games over there for not a lot of money and then make a return on that investment, but they're not going to do it because the financial sense wouldn't outweigh the brand damage. Like, it's not as simple as like, well, yeah, we could spend $100,000 to port the game over there and we could easily make that back and then make profit. It's not a simple calculation like that. It isn't. So in my mind, it has to just make more than business sense from a revenue profit standpoint. It has to make business sense from their goals, their platform's identity. Cross-shopping is comparing products before you buy one. People don't compare a PS5 with a Switch and then choose one. They do that with an Xbox and a PS5. Yeah, exactly. So that's why I don't think that the PlayStation and the Switch are in competition with each other. I don't. Don't Google Mario Kart 9 on your phone. That's funny, Fuzzy. Mario Kart 9 in active development will feature a new twist. Devil Shooter says, how much do you believe Microsoft regrets buying ABK? I don't think there's regret there. I think they knew what they were getting into. Like, I don't think that Microsoft was like, yeah, let's buy ABK. This will be great. I think they knew operation costs would be through the roof. I think they knew they'd have to lay people off and shut down studios. I think they wanted King Mobile. I think they wanted big property like Call of Duty. I think they wanted things to publish. I think that's fundamentally wrong. If all the games I wanted to play are on the Switch from PlayStation, why would I buy a PlayStation? Okay, that can't be fundamentally wrong. If you have to say it's fundamentally wrong by creating a fantasy, then it's not fundamentally wrong, Scott. You haven't falsified what he said. Nobody cross-shops PlayStation against Switch for literally the reason that you just stated. You can't get all the games on Switch that are on PlayStation and vice versa. That's why they're not competing. Nobody's like, oh, should I get a Switch or should I get a PlayStation? A lot of the times it's, which one do I want to get first? I think a lot of consumers say that. People look at Xbox and PlayStation as equals, maybe not anymore, but they did. Like, which platform do I want? People aren't doing that with the Switch. They're not, because the Switch has a certain appeal and a certain demographic and a certain reason to buy it. Right? I know for a fact there's a good portion of the user base that would never buy a Nintendo Switch 2 to be playing a bunch of third-party games because they know performance wouldn't be as good. I wonder if Nintendo will keep the Nintendo Switch design going forward and we'll just get Switch consoles going forward. Switch 3, Switch 4, similar to Sony's console design. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. There's been analysis that like they found the form factor that works for them and they're going to stick to it. That doesn't mean they'll stick to it for forever, but I do agree that they seem to have found something that they're going to kind of stay with it and be like, no, this works for us. We like this. The hybrid portable. I just built my first high-end PC. Going to try and resist FOMO of the PlayStation first-party games and not buy a PS5 for a while. It might be all PC and Nintendo for me going forward. It's like Eugene said, nobody looks at the PS5 and a Switch and says, which one should I get? They're just so fundamentally different as devices. Let's say it another way. I don't think anybody is going to Best Buy and is like, should I get the Asus ROG Ally or should I get a PC? Should I get the Asus ROG Ally or should I get a PS5? I don't think that's like a common debate or internal decision. They're like, which one should I get? Like, they're so fundamentally different. And I know this Nintendo docks and can be on your TV. I know that. But again, I don't think that's a decision. I think when somebody's looking at the Nintendo Switch, they're looking at Mario, they're looking at Mario Kart, Zelda, Pokemon, Animal Crossing, portability. Yeah, I want that. That could be somebody who also has a PlayStation or is going to get a PlayStation later. They're not like, well, if I get a Nintendo, I'm never going to need a PlayStation. No, they might be like, well, if I get a Nintendo, I may get a PlayStation later, or I already have one. If you were pitting Xbox against PlayStation, it was a different decision. Why? Because you'd be like, well, over here, I can get Halo and Gears, and then this is where I'll play Madden, and this is where I'll play Call of Duty, and this is where I'll play Assassin's Creed. It became your primary console. Same with PlayStation. This is why everybody always missed the forest for the trees when they were like, yeah, PlayStation first-party games must not be very good because most of the people who are on PlayStation are playing Call of Duty. And it's like, what, you're missing the forest for the trees here. They ended up being that person's primary platform, and they're where tons of people buy and play one of the most popular games in the world. That's not a diss. That's not an insult. that's a victory for that platform. That's a victory for PlayStation to be able to claim that. They're like, yeah, this is where a bunch of people who primarily only play Call of Duty, this is their home platform. That's the fight that Call of Duty was winning for Xbox during the 360 era. They were getting lots of people to buy in because it was like, yeah, man, I don't want to miss out on those exclusives, those guns, those maps, those whatever. Similar things were going on with Destiny on the PlayStation 4 era. Most consumers will pick a Switch for Nintendo games and have a PS5, an Xbox, or a PC for everything else. That's exactly right. And I don't think that's going to change this time around. I don't think somebody's going to say, well, I'm going to make the Nintendo Switch my main device because I can play more third parties on it. I think there will be an increase in people that think that that's a good thing to do because they just love to game on the go. But I think everybody else who like games at a base station, whether it's a PC or like an entertainment setup in their house, I don't think any of those people are going to say that because, again, there's just going to be such a gigantic difference in performance. You have to look at the number of people who own both PS4, PS5, and a Switch. They aren't choosing one over the other. Yeah, there just simply isn't that. That's not a tension point. That's not a tension point for them. You can see exactly what we're talking about. All you have to do is look at the Xbox fans who are angry about Xbox games going to PlayStation. Why are they angry about that? Because they felt like the two systems were pitted against each other. Right? They felt like the two systems were pitted against each other. And like, well, I chose Xbox, and now it seems like I didn't have to do that. I could have chose PlayStation, and I'd be getting everything anyway. Do you see? I don't think you're going to see anybody saying that when they see a bunch of third-party games go to Nintendo. They're going to be like, well, all I need is a Nintendo. I'm going to get rid of my PlayStation or my PC. Here's a report claiming that Nintendo Switch console cross-ownership is at 71%. More than 2/3 of U.S. Switch owners own at least one of the other current consoles. So 60, almost 70%. Like, that's a high number. That means the vast majority of the Switch owners also have another console. And I'm telling you, that's because that's the way they view the Switch. It's not the same when you say how many people who have an Xbox also have a PlayStation, because they were more clearly seen as competitors with each other. More clearly. So we'll have to do a hard stop at 3. You guys can extend one more time. I keep giving you the opportunity to do that. If you guys do it, that's what you want to do. I'll give you 14 minutes if this hits 450. If we hit 450, we'll do another extension. If not, we're going to go at 2:30 to the green room. That's enough from somebody, from you. I don't say your name because it's like saying Voldemort. Voldemort. Perfect Image says, what would Sony be competing against if not Xbox? What do you mean? What do you mean? How are they competing against each other at this point? How? I mean, like I said, they are and they aren't, but like how? I think the next piece of Xbox hardware is just going to make it obvious that they're not going head to head anymore. They don't have the same goals. They don't have the same aspirations. They're not targeting the same things. Thank you guys for 500 likes on the video. You guys are incredible. Over half of the Switch users had a PS4. Right, exactly. Yeah, I'm not sure. I think the next piece of Xbox hardware will make this so much more apparent. PlayStation games can't run on the Switch. The Switch 2, I think the Switch 2 is going to be able to run PS4 games. We'll see if they decide to do it. I'm not saying it, Wolf. No, Wolf Saints. Nope. No. Surely it's a handheld. Whatever they bring to the market, I think it's just going to make it crystal clear. They're not targeting the same thing. They're not going to be like, okay, so a lot of the Bleed Green guys, they're trying to figure out a way to make this a positive or to celebrate this, right? And so what they've said, some of them have said like, well, hey, it's going to be like a Trojan horse. You're going to feel, what do the one guys say on Twitter? Yeah, the PlayStation guys are going to feel a certain kind of way seeing all the Xbox games at the top of the charts. What do you mean? Who gives a frick? If Doom the Dark Ages charts, who cares? That means it's a great game and people are having a good time. Once again, nobody cares about ownership if the game is good. Nobody cared about the ownership of Stellar Blade or Ronin or Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Nobody cared about ownership. It was, is the game any good? If Doom the Dark Ages comes out and crushes it and charts and gets award nominations, nobody playing it on PlayStation is going to be like, well, it's really sticks in my craw that this game's charting on PlayStation and it's an Xbox game. They're not going to give a frick. They're not going to give a frick, bro. They're going to be playing. So this idea that like, yeah, well, and it's like, well, that's only because you care about it. The people playing the game aren't going to care. It was like how I always said, you know, playing Stellar Blade and really enjoying it and being like, oh man, who owns the studio? Oh, nobody owns them. They're independent. Well, frick this game. It's no good now. I'm not having any fun because PlayStation doesn't own them. Like, imagine a hypothetical where you walk in a room and some guy's been playing, you know, Stellar Blade for a couple of hours and he's been lied to. They booted the game up and made it seem like it was a PlayStation Studio game he's been lied to. And they're like, well, we had you hooked up to this machine while you were playing, analyzing your brain patterns, your brain waves, enjoyment, blah, blah, blah. And for some reason, it kind of really spikes whenever you're positioning the camera below Eve, but we'll talk about that later. And they're like, okay, so we're going to inform you now that actually PlayStation doesn't own the studio. This is still a PlayStation exclusive, but they do not own the studio. Okay? So we want you to play some more. We're going to continue to monitor your brainwave patterns. Nothing would change. Nothing would change. That person wouldn't be like, oh, well, my enjoyment factor was at a 10, and now that you informed me that the studio is not owned by PlayStation, my enjoyment factor is at a 4. No, they'd be like, okay, cool, thanks, and they'd just keep playing. Now, maybe if there's some dyed-in-the-wool fanboy who wants to go to war on Twitter, they might care. They might be like, oh, man, I can't brag about this being first party on Twitter. Like, but everybody else would be like, okay, cool, thanks for telling me that. Like, the average consumer would be like, okay, so your experiment is telling me they own the studio and then telling me that they don't own the studio to see if my enjoyment changes with the brainwave study? Okay, cool. It wouldn't change. Because the average consumer's like, sure, all right. Why would a PS5 user be upset that their support of Xbox published games leads to getting more Xbox published games? Oh, the horror of getting access to more games, right? Exactly. See, Eugene, that goes back to why I only care about sales numbers and games charting and doing well commercially. I only ever care about it in the context of that means I'm going to get more of that game. If a game flops or fails and doesn't make money and I liked it, that's always discouraging. It's like, well, it might not get reinvestment. The studio might not get backing for their next project. We saw this with Outriders. You know, if you enjoyed Outriders, it didn't do well commercially, and then they don't get funding for the next game, and then stuff gets canceled and people get laid off, okay? So, yeah, no one's going to care if all of a sudden there's an Xbox published game charting on PlayStation and making tons of money, because that means they'll get more of that. Oh, wow, that really did well over there. Well, what should we do? Make more games and do it again. And the consumer's never going to say, oh, please don't do that. I don't want more games to play. Eugene says, I'm happy Xbox games are coming. It means my refusal to buy into that ecosystem paid off. Yeah, it affirms your choice that you made the right choice. Like at the end of Indiana Jones, and he's like, he chose poorly and you chose wisely, for sure. I'm never going to be cheering against a game coming over and doing well. Yeah, Sea of Thieves came over and did well. You know what I did? I celebrated that. I'm like, yeah, it's great for Rare. Good. They built a great game. I still wish there was PvE servers with, that I could, but, whatever. They don't want to do that. I know that there's safer shores or safer seas or whatever the frick, and everything's nerfed and you can't do certain things. But yeah, I was happy when that happened. I was like, cool, awesome. I was disappointed when Returnal didn't do really well on PC. I was disappointed. I thought I was going to crush it. Like, why? Because I don't freaking care. I don't have loyalty to a brand. I want games to do well, make tons of money, and then make more. So when Returnal went to PC and it didn't crush it and do well, I was disappointed. Why? Because I like the game. Because I wanted Housemarque to make more money, and I wanted the game to be seen by more people and enjoyed by more people. I wasn't like rooting for it to fail. Oh, I don't want it to do well on PC. Screw those PC guys. That's where like, that'll never get clipped and put in a video because that destroys the narrative that they try to put out there about me. They'll never put that in a video where they want to, try and say like I'm a port beggar or that I'm a grifting fraud pony. It's like, why would I cheer for Returnal and Ghost of Tsushima on PC if I was tribalistic? That's antithetical to tribalism, to be like, man, I would really love it if Ghost of Tsushima went to PC. I was begging for that for the longest time. How many hours, how many minutes did I spend playing Ghost of Tsushima on PC? 0. Didn't touch it. Why? I've got it on PlayStation and I love it there, and I played it a bunch there, and I want to do a replay on Lethal. I wanted to do well on PC. Because I love the game and I love the developers and I wanted it to have success over there. You know what I'm saying? Clip that and put that in your video. React to that. Like, that shatters all the false fiction about me in a pen stroke. It's like, you would never do that. As evidenced by the Xbox guys angry that games go to PlayStation. They don't want to see that. They don't want that to happen. I wanted Tsushima to go to PC. I even said I'd be happy if Helldivers went to Xbox. I'm like, that's better for the player funnel. Get more people in the game. It's a live service game after all. Live service games play according to different rules. I wouldn't care if Returnal or any of those games went to Xbox. Doesn't matter to me. Doesn't matter to me. It's like, well, the only thing I've ever said is, does it make good business sense? And if you do it, is it going to hurt the quality of the game? And that's when I don't want it to happen. That's what I don't want to happen. I don't want a game to go to a platform and have its quality diminished or the performance of the game diminished. That's always my concern. I want the game to be at the best possible quality because I don't want to get Jedi Survivor. I don't want to get Star Wars Outlaws. I don't want to get multi-plat slop that's not optimized. That's what typically happens the more platforms you add to the development funnel. It's like, well, I don't want you to do that. Build it for one system first. I get a better game when you do that. I would have loved it if they would have been building games for the Series X first. Why? Oh, you're an Xbot. No, I would have gotten better games. I would have gotten better games. All right, we got 3 minutes. 3 minutes. You guys can extend one last time. In 3 minutes, you need 46 members. It's not happening. Let's quickly go through these questions. 3 minutes, we got 3 questions. I'm planning on getting my girlfriend a gaming laptop to play League of Legends. Can you recommend any? I am the last person to ask about a gaming laptop. If you're a member, you must be a member. You submitted a question. Get into the Discord and ask the tech heads. They can help you with that. I'm the last person to ask about that. Garrett, won't the PlayStation handheld make the Switch more of a competitor this time around? I am willing to admit that makes them compete a little bit more, but they're still targeting a very different demo, and they're targeting very different game types. I mean that. I feel like they're still targeting. That does put them in closer hemisphere of competition, Garrett, for sure. But here's the thing. I still think that PlayStation Portable is going to have its identity rooted in and orbiting around the console. And that's where I think things just shift a little bit. I think that makes it shift a little bit. You could be right, because if people view the PlayStation Portable as their primary gaming device or a Switch as their primary gaming device, that does change the demographic of it. That does change the dynamics of it a little bit. So, all right, we're almost out of here. Almost. 2 minutes, 2 minutes. How do you like your potatoes, Lono? We've been doing, you get russet potatoes and you cut them into, thick, not steak fries. Like steak fries are a little bit thicker. So think steak fries like when you go to a restaurant, and they're like about as wide across as almost like a stick of gum, and they're nice and long. Cut those in half. We go about half the width of a steak fry, and we put them, we cover them in oil, and then we have the seasoning that my wife got, and we throw them in the air fryer. Oh my! If you soak them in water, I believe we do a 30-minute soak. If you soak them in water, they are like perfect. They're so good. That's like we really leveled up our grill out season when we just started doing that. Like when you come and eat here and we're grilling out, yeah, you're eating good. That's one thing that we added. Okay, last question. 1 minute left. 1 minute left. We got 500 likes. We're good there. If you guys hit 450 members, we'll extend. It's not happening. All right? Stop that, Wolf Saint. Stop it. All right, quick. Here's the question. Alley Cat. More likely launch title for Switch 2, Metroid or Mario Kart? I don't think there is... Lono's way too prepared for that question. We just recently started doing that, and it's really, really good. You got to do russets, though. You can't do the other ones. The russets are the best for fries. And leave the skin on them. Wash them real good beforehand, but leave the skin on them. I actually don't know if there's one that's more likely than the other. No, Yukon Gold. You don't use Yukon Gold for fries. You use russets for fries. Homemade fries like that. Yeah. The next thing I want to do is I want to try and get like a thin slicer and make our own potato chips. Crisps for all the Brits. I don't think Metroid or Mario Kart are pitted against each other for one being more probable than the other. I don't think so. Yeah. I think that they're both launch titles. My prediction that I made earlier is we get Mario Kart and Metroid as launch titles. I don't know if they're cross-gen. Looking at that Mario Kart, it's probably cross-gen. Yeah, they showed the new Mario Kart today, so that's a launch title. They've already shown the Metroid game once as well. Okay? I think that both Mario Kart and Metroid are launch titles for the Switch 2, but they are also... they're also cross-gen. It's chips over here. No. Your fries you call chips. I want to make crisps. Right? Y'all are killing me. Cooking stream when? Yo, what's good? Dark Taco. Dark Taco. We would love to do an IRL stream like that. You know what? I'll make a commitment to you guys. If you get me to 600 member plus and above, I will figure out how to do the cooking stream. The reverse sear, we'll do the fries, we'll do it all. I will figure out how to do it. I will figure out how to do it in a safe way. If you can get us to 600 member plus and above, that'll be the celebration stream. So... yeah, golds are the best for mashed. Yeah, golds and reds for roasting. Yeah. If you're going to roast them whole, yes, golds and reds. And then you want to use the golds for the mashed. But if you're doing fries, russets every time and leave the skin on. We are one super chat away from confetti and me doing a member. I'll give you guys like just a minute here of extension. If anybody else wants to drop that super chat, hit that gold, drop the confetti. I'll owe you guys a member, which will put us at 405, which will be very tempting for somebody, if anybody, not them. If anybody else is here, any of the big boys are here, I'll give you guys just a second there on that super chat. I am going to clear out the question queue. We're all done with the members AMA, unless we do another extension, which I don't think we're going to. I'm clearing out that queue. This is getting me hungry. Chips or crisps? I want to make crisps. Like, I want to make potato chips. Yeah. Until Dawn got the movie trailer, kind of interesting. I think it's probably going to end up being pretty good. Yeah. We're going to get another 30 minutes just on the potato talk. No. I'm done. I was just giving you guys a few minutes because Dark Taco got us one away. We are one away on Confetto. And then I'll gift a member. I have to gift a member when you guys do that, and I'll add it to the total. Right now we're working on, Madam going back into Kingdom Come Deliverance. You guys seem to really enjoy that stream. That stream was a lot of fun. Graphically no different to Switch 1 at present. Very underwhelming. Well, I think you're expecting the wrong thing, Jasper. I don't think they're going to come out swinging on graphics. I think they're going to come out swinging on performance. they'll come out swinging on performance. I don't think they're going to come out swinging on graphics. Like, I think they might have some, like, old games that they re-release as HD, like they did with, like, Luigi's Mansion and Mario. Donkey Kong Country Returns HD. They'll probably do some of that. But, I don't think they're going to fixate on graphics. I don't think so. Now, when, like, Metroid or a new Mario or a Zelda is showcased, they may talk about performance, but Mario Kart is Mario Kart. I don't think you're ever going to see a Mario Kart trailer and be like, holy mackerel, look at the graphics. I think you're going to be like, that looks fun. Hey, Alley Cat does a member plus and puts the spiny shell. There it is, 405. All right, last call. Last call for the Super Chat confetti. Last call for this, and we're getting out of here. Tried your potato recipe, ended up, did I do it right? Spice King, that's mean. All right, let me get the link to where we're headed. We're headed to the green room. Unless you get a Hail Mary in the next 120 seconds. It's how long it typically takes me to go in here, get the link, and set up redirect. And then I will end up changing the thumbnail and everything. I've heard if you avoid potatoes altogether, you can control your weight easily. I don't eat them that often. We're not, like, pounding them down. But, yeah, they're, that's freaking carbs, And Sorcerer bumps the line of members and gets us to 406. Thank you so much, Sorcerer. You're the best. All right, here we go. 60 seconds. I got the green room link. Here we go. I'm going to spam it in chat. I'm looking at the timer right now. It's 4:18:16, all right? At 4:19:16 on the stream timer. We've streamed for 4 hours today. I hope you guys have enjoyed another longer stream. Thank you for helping us extend. It supports me. It supports others. It gets more people into the member pool. The community here is great. Evan, we ball. There it is. FCat does it. Makes his own confetti. Here, I'm going to bump the line to 407. I now owe you guys a member. Super chatters can gift too through me. I basically take one of the super chats, turn it back around, and I gift a member to a lucky person right here at the buzzer. Thank you so much, Dark Taco. There it is. There's the one I own. What's Green Room? Green Room is how we end the day. It went to Nerding with 30. We end the day in the Green Room. It's a behind-the-scenes look at what we do, how we plan the shows. You get to kind of see how the sausage is made. It's a great reason to upgrade your membership. Or if you've never done a membership before on a channel, click Join and then click Member Plus. It's the $6 membership, and you get to end the day with us in the Green Room. All of the members get to start the day with us in Morning Coffee. And right now, I have promised a cooking stream. If we can get to 600 people at Member Plus and above, we're currently at 550. We need 50 people to upgrade or sign up for Member Plus. So, all right, I'm going to spam a link in chat. We're getting out of here. You guys can nail the goal tomorrow. We're well close to it. Let me get the link. Let me make sure I have the right link. Green Room. Got it. All right, here we go. I don't know if I want to see how the sausage is made. It's an expression. All right, there's the link. If redirect has been failing you, click that link in chat. Redirect is literally there for the lurkers who aren't present or they're AFK, and that it's going to automatically redirect them. Redirecting is super unreliable, so click the link in chat if redirect's been failing you. If you can't come to the Green Room because you're on a gifted member, upgrade. Help us hit the goal. If you're not on a membership, pick Member Plus, and you can come with us. All right, here we go. Thank you so much for being a member to the channel, but you're being a paying member. So if you're seeing this in your feed, it's the Green Room. It's how we end every day now. It's basically Writer's Room and Green Room combined into one segment because we really appreciate and we want to give extra content to people supporting the channel directly. So all of you with Member Plus and VIP, you get into this segment. Another huge week. Special thanks to MASH. A very special thanks to MASH. We would not hit these goals week to week if it was not for MASH. Thank you to Dark Taco and Jerry A for your super chats there at the end. Sorcerer as well. Other people gifting today were Jerry A, Rich Rod, V-Game Veteran, Mike, Beckett, Ghost in the Garage, Gaming, Super Gaming, Mike, Mr. Oxmall, Mailman gifted some members. I gifted. Rissick gifted members. Siege Master gifted members. Grumpy Exile gifted some members. Jez Corden stopped by and did a bunch of super chats. Good to see you, Jez. Mash kicked off the day strong. Bunch of super chats from Wired Rope, AOZ, Dark Taco, Madeira, and Joker Quinn, and John Always, and Grumpy. So many gifted at the beginning. Donnie gifted. Patrick Q, TJ Rage. So many people that I'm thanking right now for gifting. And Sneaky Wolf and Joker Quinn kicked off the day, and Mash kicked off the day with the 50 bomb. I am now going to end the stream and redirect, and then I will change that thumbnail because we are no longer live.